Hey, welcome to part 6.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night, or good morning, depending on where in the world you are watching the show.
Well, if you like us, they've all blended into one.
Kind of
anyway.
blended.
Yes.
We hope you have had a fantastic evening or afternoon or whatever you've been doing. It's 7:23 a.m.
46 seconds on the 23rd of the 3rd, 2021, 20 degrees in the studio, and it's a Tuesday.
It is indeed a Tuesday because we have some information up there that tells us it's Tuesday.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have known.
But we're still in a kind of a bit of a black void in here because we don't
bubble.
say anything. We are in our bubble for this. So
We
it's good to see you guys in the chat. I've just realised that what I need to do as well is to make sure...
admiring some of the views that are coming up there.
Yeah, I know. It was very... Yeah.
The chat.
The chat. Well, it says
That's what
that
a
we're
reset
still
does for
waiting
you,
on
Keith.
that.
That's what the reset does.
It does. So coming up on this section, we have Carolyn Truby. Unfortunately, due to overrun, we're going to have to cancel Luke's class.
It's just not going to fit in, unfortunately. Let us know how you feel about that in the chat.
Obviously, we're just messing. Yeah, Luke's going to be in there. We were kind of hoping that he was going to be in here for this. And excuse me a moment. Oh,
he's on at 9.
Susan, you've left some of your fruit around.
If you're going to make a hat with fruit on, look after your fruit.
Look after your fruit.
Don't be leaving it in our studio.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. I don't know. Anyway, so who else we've got? We've got Andre and Grace.
Yes, that's a good one to watch.
On there with one sec.
Oh, Susan,
what are you doing? You're killing me with that fruit.
What is it with the fruit?
Absolutely, you're killing me.
I'm going to dance with you now you get your fruit.
And then we have Andre and Grace. We also have Matt Lewis from the UK doing balloon drops. We have Anna and we have Paddy, which are doing a lot of things about fashion. Yes. So I also have
more fruit.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Fantastic lineup. And alongside that lineup, we have another competition. This one is a column competition, and this one's for a full hour, isn't it?
Somebody's asked, where's the Q Corner Cup of tea? We had to upgrade. The Q Corner Cup that we have in the studio are a little bit too small for this time in the morning.
Tea.
It needs more space.
Mine is currently to the left of me,
yeah,
ready for a refill.
Yes.
Just as we change over.
We're going to do that in a moment.
The competition.
Yes. I'm going to put in the link in the chat for the competition stream if you want to watch that live. That's going to go live
side, people.
In just over half an hour, and it's the column, so it's an hour competition. We're going to be going backwards and forwards on to that one. Last time, if it was anything like the last Q Corner column competition that we did, really expecting some fantastic results.
Yeah, I always think that they get such a mix of different ideas. You know, what your thoughts of column versus someone else's. There's some amazing things come out of that one.
Absolutely.
So, looking forward to that.
Excuse me. The first class up of this morning is as Carolyn Truby.
It certainly is.
Which is this lovely lady here who's going to be making this not so lovely dog here.
I'm looking at the wrong screen, that's why.
Really looking forward to this particular class. I think the photo of this dog finished looks amazing.
Yes.
So I can't wait to see how it's being made.
Rough.
It's not a bit woof. No.
Like barking up the wrong.
It's not a bit
tree.
Woof.
No.
Luke's turned up in the chat there. He missed the joke as per usual. He'll rewind it, and I'm sure you'll find it hilarious.
Oh, Luke, you were late.
Absolutely
late for your own section.
It was the late Luke. No, okay,
no.
Right, okay.
Should have had Luke hats on.
Yeah, we should have had our Luke hats on. Caroline Truby is in the chat. So if you do have any questions about this build as it's going, I think we got a few questions, but I'm going to put them into the chat later on as it's going.
Oh, why not? Yeah. As long as there's no more fruit peas, we should be good.
No, we're all right. What we can do is we're going to spend some time making a nice fruit salad. Thanks to Susan, we can have part of it. It's only our 3. It's, you sort yourself out. I've got mine.
Bananas are over there.
And yes, so watch it, them bananas that Susan did might give you gas.
This is what happens.
I know, when you haven't had that much sleep. Are we going to get over to them?
We are. We're going to let them loose with Carolyn, and then we're going to get sorted to get this stream away for the competition.
So remember, you can watch side by side. Watch both. Why not? Come on.
Exactly.
It's a Tuesday. You might as well live the dream.
Exactly.
It is a Tuesday.
Enjoy.
It says up there.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Truby of Truby Loons Event and Party Decor. And today we're going to learn how to make the prettiest pup in the world. This beautiful puppy here is made with a total of 19 links and 1 heart for the tail. Because it's such a long chain, I'm going to create this in 2 parts. I'm going to create the head structure, and then we're going to attach the body links so that I can keep it all in frame. So let's start with the head. So start here in between, right at the 3rd link, the 3rd and 4th link. The last link on this chain is the neck. So combine and twist right here, okay? See the head? Okay. Now we're gonna take this part and just stick it through this hole. There you are. See? There's your neck. There's your snout. Now these two, I like to bring my links together really tightly. And plus, for purposes of how we're going to connect our ears, I created these 6-inch, I added these 6-inch here, and what we're going to do is pinch twist these. So grab at the knot on both sides of the 6-inch, and you want to pull those together as if you're trying to touch them together. I'll come a little bit closer. So I'm pulling these 2 knots together, and then I'm going to turn. Okay? I'm going to do the same thing to the other 6-inch link. Bring the knots together as close as you can. What I normally do, stick my hand, I put one hand here, one finger here, one finger here, push down in the middle so I can try to pull it together as close as I can. Might not get all the way together, but then you pull down and turn. It's hard to do it on camera. And backwards. And turn. Okay? So now, your head looks like this. It almost looks like a bear head if you've ever made a balloon bear, okay? But we're gonna be adding ears so that you don't see it. But even twisting it together, it still leaves a little gap, but that's what I was trying to avoid, is the gap. But we're gonna cover that up, okay? This is the front, this is the back, okay? And this is the head. Now, here's another pinch twist, get ready. We're gonna pinch twist the back. This is the last link here. Gonna squeeze it, just like we did the others. This is going to help keep the head in place because as you see, this puppy has quite a big head. And so we want her to be stabilized, and this pinch twist is going to help keep her head where it belongs because we have a neck and we need this neck to keep it stabilized. So this pinch twist and the collar we're going to put at the neck are going to help keep her head stabilized. Take a pinch twist and turn. So now you end up with a pinch twist right here above her neck, okay? And there you have it. So now, if you notice, she has a little snout right here at the tip. Let's make that. Use a 5-inch round. In this case, I'm using quartz purple. You're gonna make an apple twist. So inflate your 5-inch, just a couple of pumps. But the way that I do it so that I know I can actually create the twist is now I'll take it while it's not tied and I'll deflate it until I'm pushing my finger right in the middle. And I'm pushing it until I can touch my finger to my finger in the back. Okay, once I've done that, and I look at it and I go, well, is that too big for a snout? A little bit. So I'm gonna let a little bit of more air out. Okay, till about there. Now I'm gonna tie the balloon. I'm not gonna tie it very tightly. I'm gonna tie it a little bit loose. Okay. So you've got a little room in it, okay? So now I'm going to push the nozzle in to the front of the 5-inch balloon. And I'm going to grab it through the balloon. And with this, because I kind of want the snout to have a little bulbous part at the top, I'm not really going to push it straight into the middle. I'm going to kind of go toward the bottom. Okay, but you can manipulate it once you tie it off. So just push through, grab the knot, turn. Okay, take a scrap of 260 and wrap it around that knot and tie it up. Okay, tie it one more time. Okay, so now if you look at the front, you see that? And you can manipulate it, but you see this little part here, and it makes a round part like there. We're gonna tie this right to the tip of the nose. So here's the tip of the nose. You take your scrap, 260, and just tie it as tightly as you can. Then turn your nose around and you'll try to manipulate it, squeeze it a little bit. There you go. And now you cut off your excess. Manipulated my nose so that I have a little bit underneath the indentation and a lot more at the top. You see? All right, so that's the beginning of our head. And now we're going to attach the body. This next set of links is what's going to form the legs and the body of the puppy. So we're going to start, and again, all of these links are 12-inch QuickLinks that are sized to different sizes, and all of the sizing is in your notes. So now let's go ahead and tie this chain to our head. Now again, if you wanted to, you could tie all of this together at one time. I do find sometimes it's easier to do it in parts. but you are more than able to go ahead and tie it all together from the beginning. So we're going to tie, this was the neck from the head, this is the first link to form the legs and the body. We're going to tie those two together. Remember when you're tying links together to make sure that they are touching each other and you tie them tightly. When you're doing any type of linking design, if your links are tied too loosely, it won't make your structure very secure. So make sure that you're tying them together well. So now we have our head structure, here's our neck, and all of the rest of our chain. So let's create the legs. So right under the link that is the neck, this is the first part of the leg. So I would say this is the thigh, and then it comes down to the bottom of the leg, the other bottom of the leg, and the other thigh. So you have 4 links that now create the front legs. Twist those together. Okay, front legs. Here's your torso. Skip this balloon, come here. 4 links, 1, 2, 3, 4. Twist these together for the back legs. And then of course, here's your tail with your heart on the back. If you don't want to use a heart, you could always use a round. This is just the accent piece I chose to use for the tail. Okay, so let's put them together, or together. So this is what you end up with. And right now, it looks quite loosey-goosey now, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So, but this is the basic structure for the head. For the head and the body. Okay, so now it's time to add some structure so that we can get our cute little puppy to stand, okay? So we're gonna start with a cluster of 5-inch rounds. Each one of these balloons has been inflated to 3.5 inches, okay? I have 3, I have 2. I'm gonna make a cluster. Wrap them together. And I'm going to attach those right at the base of the head. And there's a particular way that we need to position them to make sure that the head sits like we want. So first of all, let's wrap it right under here, right under the head, at the neck, top of the neck. Just wrap them right in. Twist it around. Okay. So if you remember, there's a pinch twist at the back of the head. So 2 of your balloons are going to sit on either side of that big pinch twist. See that? Okay. When you turn your puppy around, you have 3 more balloons because this is a 5-flat cluster. And as you can see, 2 of the balloons are going to sit here and 1 is going to sit just above them, like right in the middle here between these 2 links. See? And already that holds her head secure there right at her neck. Okay? Now we're going to add another cluster right here. Let's turn her around so you can see there her front legs. We're going to add a cluster here now. This is going to be a cluster of 4 5-inch rounds, again sized to 3.5 inches. We're going to attach those right here in front of the front legs. Around. And again, positioning is important. You want to push these so that each one of these 2 right here in the front sit just in front of the 2 front legs. The others sit. This is the body. The other 2 sit right in between the front leg and the body on each side. Can you see that? Okay, that's where they sit. The other two sit right here in front of the legs. They help keep the legs in place and they sit nicely. Now you might think, well, why didn't you just do 3 and put one here? It really, I've tried that, it doesn't hold as well, so that's why I use 4. Let's turn everything around so it's positioned correctly. So far, we've got the neck and the head, and see how sturdy that is? But it's still positionable, so if you decide to give her character and turn her head around, you can still turn the head and do whichever you choose, okay? So there we go. We've already got something that's already starting to look pretty stable, right? Okay, let's keep going. Now, we want to add 3 5-inch rounds, again sized to 3.5 inches, and we want to add it at her tail, right in between the tail and the back legs to keep those secure. Only 3, so we're going to add it right here. Twist it in. Wrap it around. You want the tail to sit right against the body, torso. So again, positioning. This time we do have 1 in the middle between the back legs and 1 on either side. Okay? Here we go. That part is done. Now we want to make some, cover up our mechanics on each of the legs. We want to do that by taking a 5-inch round sized to 3 inches. Just a single 5-inch round sized to 3 inches. And we're going to make a split bubble. So you tie your 5-inch round once you've inflated it, and you're going to put your finger right on the nozzle where you tied. Squeeze it until you have half the air on each side and twist until you make 2 bubbles that are about the same size. Okay, you're going to take this and put it at the joint of your leg to cover your mechanics. Like so. You're going to do that at each leg. I've already inflated them. So I'm going to take each one and split it. And wrap it up. See? Okay. All 4 are now been done. At the legs. Okay? The last thing is we want to create something here right at the tail at this joint above, just above your heart or your 5-inch, whichever you choose to use. And these are 5-inch rounds inflated to 3 inches. You need 2 of them. What you're going to do is you're going to again make split bubbles with each of these, but then you're going to use it to make a tiny little quad that goes right here at the top of the tail. Okay, let's do that. Split it. I'm going to make sure that they're equal. Hold it. Take your second one, split it. Now you have 2. Put them together just like you're making a tiny little quad. See that? Now we're going to take this and put it on the tail. Pulling off some of the dust. Okay. And see, the tail is nice and secure, and your puppy is nice and secure. Now it's time to add the eyes. So let me show you how we're going to make the eyes. The eyes will look like this. I'm going to show you how we're going to make them. We're going to use a 6-inch QuickLink and a 5-inch round. We're going to take a balloon straw and insert it into the 5-inch round. I am using today, this is quartz purple. You could use black or whatever color you choose to make your eyeball and your pupil. Put your 5-inch round inside of the 6-inch QuickLink, just like this. Now inflate this structure with 2 pumps. 1, 2. Tie it off. Now take a pair of scissors. You want to pull up gently on the tip of the QuickLink. Just pull it up gently, just a little bit. I'll come closer. Pull it up just a little bit, like this. And then cut it right at the base. And then you have this. You want to gently squeeze the white, the balloon. It's going to make this get bigger. See? And you want to go as big as you want to have it. You want to try to match your other one, which I've already started, okay? Not too big, or this inside balloon will pop out eventually. So let's just start small, and you can always squeeze and make it bigger, okay? Then to attach it, we're gonna push it right inside the face here. But to hold it in place in the back, I wanna use 3 5-inch balloons. You don't have to do this, you can use one, you can use others, but this was a way for me to cover, as I mentioned before, there's a small gap, and I really don't want that shown, so that's why I use these balloons. So how do we do this? These 3-inch, these small balloons are sized to 2.5 inches, each one of these, okay? Or 1 pump on your Qualatex hand pump. So we're just gonna put it in, 1 pump, okay? So we'll make a little cluster of 3. Now, the eye you just made, remember I use quartz purple, so I have a balloon right inside of the white. I'm gonna pull that, just that quartz purple one, and I'm gonna tie that, take a nozzle from your 3 balloon cluster, and tie those together at the ends. At the ends. So you have this, okay? Now we're going to take our eye from behind the head and push it through on one side. Just kind of lift that top of the head up a little bit until your eye comes through the front. And then you want to just position your cluster of 3 balloons on this side. It helps also because now you can position your eye wherever you want it. If you want it here, if you want it up here, Having the cluster in the back that's free to move allows you to move your eye anywhere you want. You're going to do the same thing with the other eye. Uh-oh, my pinch twist came undone, but that's okay. I can put it back. Put your eye there, and then position your little cluster in the back. There's your clusters in the back. Here's your eyes in the front. You don't want them too far over. You want to kind of push them in closer to the tip of the nose. Okay? And we'll work with those a little bit more in a bit. But now, let's work on the ears. So for the ears, you want to use a 350Q. Which looks like this. And you want to put 16 pumps into it with your hand pump, approximately. It's basically the full length of the 350Q. Okay, give it a burp, tie it off. Massage it, pull it a little bit just to make it a little bit soft. Now you want to tie the ends together. So I've already made one ear, and I've manipulated it just to make it in a shape that I want. When you first tie it off, it's just like an oval, but I kind of wanted mine a little squared or triangular. So you just take and you start manipulating it. Give it some squeezes here to whatever shape you want your ear to be. Now, this is where this pinch twist comes in handy. You're going to actually just take this and loop it right around this loop. The pinch twist with your ear right there to make your floppy ears. See, there's one. There's two. And we're going to position these pinch twists in just a moment because they're here really, number one, to hold the ear in place. And then now we're going to put some accent pieces that I like to use. And if you don't want to use them, you don't have to, but I like to use them. And I add a little bow here and a heart. So that's what we'll add now. But let me put her up on the table so you can see how she's looking. See? So let's add our accent pieces. I have two 6-inch qualatex hearts that I'm going to inflate with about 5 pumps and tie off. And one's going to go on each ear. Okay. What I'm also going to add is a bow. So I have a 160Q. This is quartz purple. I'm going to inflate it. You don't need the whole thing, about 15 or 16 pumps. And this is with the little 160 pump, that's what I call it. Tie it off. And just make a basic bow. Make a loop. And remember, it doesn't have to be very big because it's just going to sit in front of this twist. So maybe about 3-finger loop. You want to repeat that loop. Then make a pinch twist. A little bubble and then make a pinch twist. Turn it. Turn your pinch twist. Make sure your bow is nice and tight. Okay? So you made yourself a little bow. Okay? You're going to make one for each ear. So we're going to just cut this off. Tie it off. Okay. Now you have a little bow. And now we're going to position it right here in the front of the ear. So you want to take your end of the scrap, the bow, and wrap it around this thing. I would wrap it right back into the front of the bow. And then position it. You see that? Cutie patootie. Now, let's take your heart and just pull it right in on the top of the bowl. Wrap it in. So you're essentially hiding this pinch twist altogether. It was just really for the purposes of holding things in place. Now you can decide that you want your ear up or down or wherever you want it. But this is just a cute little accent, okay? And you're gonna repeat that on the other side. Alrighty, let's add the heart. Isn't she cute? Cutie patootie. Look at that. Now, for the most part, she's pretty secure. But we have one more thing we can add to help her be more secure. We're going to put it on the table and show you. I've made sand weights. I just used an 11-inch round with sand inside and made sand weights. You can use water weights if you choose, but they need to be pretty small. And what I've done is I use these on the legs to help keep them in place. What I do is I take two, I tie them together. Not too far apart. Like this. Now I'm going to take these two, place it right between that center knot, between the bottom legs, and put it down. I'm going to do the same thing in the front. Two sand weights, put it right between the front legs. And I use sand weights because I can flatten them and you don't see them as much as you would see around with water weight, with a water weight. Okay? So now let's take a look at this beautiful puppy. There she is. You see her? Look at that. See? Push her. It's not going anywhere. And the good thing about it, like I said, is you can position her. She's beautiful. So now that we've made the prettiest pup in the world, we know the basics and we know the design concepts. So now we can modify it a little bit and make a different design And so now we're going to make Spike. He's the baddest bulldog on the block. So let's make him, okay? His body type, again, will be made with links. All of the sizing is in your notes. All right, so let's get started on how to put it together. So we're gonna take, this is the side of the head, the top of the head. We made it smaller because the top of this forehead is not that big. So we're gonna take the two sides of the head, take your 5-inch round, twist it around. So links, 1, 2, 3 links, tie it right after the third link. Twist it in around, twist it around. And there you have it. This will be in the front. You have the rest of your chains. This is going to be the body, and the rest of these chains will make the legs. So your next link, grab it right at that joint. You're going to take the 5-inch on the end, which is the little tail, and wrap it right in here. Okay, so it looks a little strange, but these are the back legs, and the front legs are not attached yet. This is going to be the face. Because we're going to make more detail in the muzzle, we're going to make that separately, okay? But this is your standard body type, and we're going to add the legs. So we're going to move on to the front legs and how to make those, okay? We're going to set the body aside for a moment, and I want to show you what one of the legs looks like in the front. It is a combination of a 12-inch QuickLink and a 350 that's been made into a foot, okay? And then we're going to make another one that we're going to attach like this, and I'm going to show you how to make those. Now, this 12-inch QuickLink is sized to 11 inches, okay? Now, let me show you what we do. You can, if you're fortunate, make this paw with one 350Q, but sometimes it's a little difficult and you have to end up cutting the balloon to make the very end of the paw. So we'll make it with two 350Qs, so to make it a little bit easier. Let's inflate this 350Q for about 10 pumps. Give it a little burp. Now, tie this directly to your QuickLink that has been inflated to 11 inches. Now, let's make a nice size pinch twist right here at the base. So about a hand's size worth. Squeeze off a bubble and squeeze it first to make it a little bit softer. Now squeeze off a nice size bubble about like this. Okay, let's make a pinch twist right here. Pull up, twist. Okay, make a couple twists. So now you have a nice plump pinch twist right here. Okay? See, that is the pinch twist. Now you're going to make this short piece. Give it another little squeeze. Another good hand width. You don't need it to be too tall. This is just his haunches. So you want it to be about the same size. Make it about the same size as the other leg. Now, typically what you would do next is you would go on and make the rest of the foot. But because I know I'm going to run out of room, I am going to cut this off and then I'm going to tie in another 350. I inflated this about 12 pumps. Give it a burp. Okay. Now you're going to tie this directly to the next one. And again, I'm doing this just because I tend to run out of room in the 350. Tie it there. Okay. Cut off this excess balloon. Now you want to make another pinch twist. About a palm's width, 4 fingers. Make a pinch twist. This helps so that this pinch twist stays nice and tight. That's why I made the joint there. Okay. If you have to add a balloon, make sure you're adding it at a place where you can make your juncture nice and tight. Okay, so now we have another pinch twist right here. Let's soften it up a little bit. I'm going to be making a lot of turns now. I hope I didn't make it too big. So now, just a little bit. You're going to make about 3 fingers width and make a bubble. Okay? Now you're going to make a pinch twist. So make a bubble that's about, my fingers are small, so 3 fingers, make a pinch twist. See that? Now, you need to make a bubble here, a very small bubble. That's sometimes challenging in a 350, but you want to make a very small bubble, okay? Take it and pinch off a very, very small bubble. See that? Just a bubble. Now make another one because you're going to make another pinch twist. And you want it to sit very closely to this pinch twist. That's why you made this bubble really small. Okay? So let's make that 3-finger bubble again. And a pinch twist. Pull up and turn. It ends up sitting right next to the other one. Now, one more time, make a small bubble. There you go. Make your 3-finger bubble again for the last toe. Pull up and turn. Make that last pinch twist. There you go. Now you want to make a bubble that's the same size as this. And look, I'm almost out, but it's okay. This is what I meant by not inflating your 350 too much. Okay? So you want to twist it off the same size as this one. So what I'm going to do first, though, is I'm going to take a little air out. So I do have a little bit of space. I'm going to cut the tip, because this is the last thing I'm going to do with this particular balloon. I'm going to let some air out, okay? And I really just want this bubble now to meet this one. So let's see how long it is. And let's just twist it off right there and tie it off. Yes. Tie it off. Now you're going to tie this back into this pinch twist. Wrap it in tightly. If you want, you can tie it to the knot that's here. It's not necessary. Cut off your excess. So you just tied this back in, okay? Let's position everything. So this is the bottom of the foot. Got a pinch twist at the heel. Here are the toes. So it looks like this. So these are his front haunches, okay? This is what it looks like. All right, now let's go and get the other, which I dropped, the other front haunch, okay? We're going to attach these like this around his neck, actually. So we're going to use just a scrap, a half of 260. Tie it to one side. To one quick link on one side. You really don't need much. You probably need half of this. Not even the whole thing. So cut a 260 in half and then again in half. And tie this to the other quick link. You're making like a nunchuck kind of effect. Like this. Okay? All right, so those are your front legs. Let's grab your body again. Let's take a look. Here's your head structure. This is at the neck. This is your body and your back legs. You're going to take this. You're literally going to just stretch it behind the head. Here's the front of the neck. And once we get everything secured, it's going to work out where his front leg, once you position the pinch twist just right, he's kind of a bow-legged kind of dog. So you want to position it so they're kind of turned in like this. Okay? See that? There you go for his front legs. Awesome, right? Now we're going to make Spike's face. There are quite a few steps, but we're going to do those together, okay? So first we're going to set aside the body. And we're going to start with a 6-inch quick link and an 11-inch round. Let me get my sizer here. And we're going to make the 6-inch quick link 4 inches. Okay. Now we're going to make our 11-inch round. It's also gray. We're going to size it to 5.5 inches. 5.5. Tie these two together. This is what's going to attach the muzzle, the face, into the head. So this will eventually get put right in here. And the back, where 5.5-inch round sits here. So far, this is what this will look like. But we're going to take this out for now because we need this. So now we're going to move on. Take 2 more 6-inch QuickLinks. We're going to make a duplicate. These are going to be sized to 3.5 inches, and these are going to be used to make the muzzle. Come to your sizer, find 3.5 inches. Tie these together. take this right at the joint. See this 6-inch quick link? Tie this in the middle, right here. Okay? So now you have this. Now, take the ends of these two quick links and tie these together. Tie it so that it's nice and tight. Pull together. And so now you have this. Okay? Now you're going to take this, push this back to this knot. You're going to essentially make pinch twists that are going to create the muzzle. So push back. Squeeze, turn. Okay, there you go. So now you have this, okay? Let's set this aside. Now we're gonna make the actual nose. I have a 260Q black, or you can use dark brown, whichever works for you. You don't need much of this, about 4 or 5 pumps. You don't need much at all. You're going to make the nose. You can make a pinch twist, but I like to make a little loop because I want to kind of see a nostril. So give it a little squeeze, make a little loop. Just about 2 fingers. It doesn't need to be very big. Just a small loop twist. Okay? This is one side of the nozzle. Now you're going to make a slightly bigger loop twist. It's essentially a big pinch twist, but it ends up being a little bit looped. But you want it bigger than the one you just made, okay? So it's another loop, but it's a bit bigger. It's going to sit in the middle. Do this again. Make it the same size as the first loop twist you made. Not very big at all. Okay. Wrap everything around and make it nice and secure. Okay? So you'll end up with something that looks like this. You don't need the rest of this, so we're going to cut it off. Let the air out. Tie it off. Now, you're going to put the little top of the nose in these 2 pinch twists where you're not in your, where you made your muzzle. So essentially, just take your scrap end and pull it right into the top. Wrap it right around, pull it into your nose, wrap it around. Okay, I'm going to position everything in a minute. Just get it wrapped in for right now. But you want this shaped, in this position, okay? Fix it up. All right, so you should have this. Okay? Now, let's make the chin. We're making this chin right here. We're gonna inflate it. This is a 12-inch QuickLink, and we're gonna inflate it to 6.5 inches. Okay, it's nice and soft. Tie it off. Now we're going to take the ends, this end and this end, and tie them together. We're essentially making a pinch twist by itself, okay? So you might need to push down on the center to get it over. I'll come a little closer. But you're going to take them and pull them together and tie. Now what you want to try to do is get it toward the center. You don't want it more on one side or the other. You want this toward the center, okay? And tie that off. Like that. So then when you turn it, it kind of has more of a apple or an egg shape, right? Okay. This is the chin. Okay. This is actually going to get tied. So this is the position. This is going to push through the head. This is going to come out the front. Okay. So it's actually going to sit like this. Okay. You want your chin to sit here. Okay. So you're going to actually take your ends of this nozzle and tie it at this joint. Okay? Just tie it around. This will all make sense soon. So, this is going in the head, these two. This is the chin. This is the muzzle. These little nostrils in the front of his nose. See? All right. Can you begin to see it? So now we're going to create a bottom lip with a 260. We have a grade 260. We don't need much of this. Just about 2 or 3 pumps is enough because we're not going to use all of it. And actually leave some extra end and inflate it over here. So you have like a long piece on this end. Tie it off. Now, give it a little squeeze because you're going to manipulate this. You just need this wide enough to go under here for his bottom lip, okay? It ends up being about 6.5, 7 inches, okay? Just for your reference point, but you can just look at it and measure it off. See that? Twist it off and then tie that off. Now, like I said, you want it a little bit soft. What I do, because I want it to have some definition in his lip, first I twist it straight right in the middle and I squeeze to give it a shock twist, okay? Then I curl up the ends. Just twist, just push, just to try to give it some definition. Give his lip a little definition, okay? Now you're going to tie the ends of these together. Not too tightly, just at the ends. So you have like a little hot dog with a string. Now, you want this to sit right here. So So you're just going to take and wrap this around the back of this muzzle. Just slide it back there and bring it around. Okay. Now turn it however you want it to sit. Okay. You can manipulate it further later. Let's see, there's your bottom lip. Okay? All right, we're doing great. Now, you want to create some definition, as I did here, for the eyes. And I have 260Q above his eye for his eyebrow. And then I have some definition under his eye with a black 160. I have taken two 260Q gray, inflated them about 5 pumps, and tied them together. Okay? I've done the same thing with a 160Q, two 260Qs. I left a little space to make like nunchucks, but I inflated these with about 2 handfuls of a tail on each and tied them together, okay? You're gonna take these, and it'll all make sense in a minute, and you're going to connect them under here, under this link, okay? So I'm gonna take this one, slide it right under the link, and pull it up right behind the nose for the eyebrows. Kind of pull them apart and pull it up, okay? These will be manipulated further once we put it in, actually inside the head, okay? Right now, we're going to leave these right there. So let's turn it around, okay? We're gonna do the same thing with the black 260Q. I'm gonna pull it in, right behind that link. So now they're just kind of hanging out right there, okay? We're gonna leave that alone for right now. And now we're gonna put this inside the head. You don't need a sizer anymore. So let's put it inside the head. So now let's put this inside the head. Just grab and pull it through. Pull that round right back. We'll position everything in just a moment, but make sure you pull that link up under the forehead, okay? And your round will sit right in the back. Now it's time to start getting things positioned. Here's your chin. Pull up your 260s a little higher so that they sit right behind the nose, okay? Tilt your pinch twist that you made with your links forward and pull your lip down, okay? Alrighty? So you see what's going on there? Great, right? Now, let's pause for a moment. We have to create one more thing around his mouth. We're gonna put a 350Q around his mouth. Let's inflate that about 16 pumps. We won't need it all. Give it a burp. Essentially what you want to do is wrap it around the chin. So let's manipulate it first. Start rolling it, give it some curve. Okay. What you want to do is measure from one side of the chin to the other. And you want it to fit right snug. You want it to fit snugly. See that? Around the chin. So once you've got that measured off, twist it off, cut it off, and tie it. Tie it off. You're again going to tie your ends together, and you want to leave some stretch because you're going to wrap that around this whole head, the whole mouth structure. So tie it together, leaving space. Don't tie it directly together. You want to leave some space like that, okay? Now, take this, wrap it right behind the muzzle. Until it sits around his face, his chin, like that. Okay, there we go. Now let's make the eyes. We'll set this aside for just another moment. In the other segment, you saw me make the eyes by taking a 5-inch round, and this time I'm using a black, and inserted it into a 6-inch QuickLink. This time, we're only going to inflate it 1 pump. 1 pump. Make sure that you position just manipulate your QuickLink until the tip is right in the center, and tie this off. Pull up just a little bit on the tip and cut the tip end of the QuickLink off. His little beady eyes aren't that big, so just give it a little squeeze, not much. You want to make a second one the same as you did the last. So you want to take your second one, you want to do the same thing. Look at your eyes, squeeze them so that the pupils are about the same, okay? Now, this time, we're going to attach a 5-inch round, gray round, to the back of these to attach it to the head. We're going to inflate these 5-inch rounds to 3.5 inches. We don't need that yet. We're going to take the black round that's inside of the white QuickLink. We're going to tie that. Tie off the gray first. Now tie the black round to the gray round at the tail ends. So that you have stretch in it, okay? Do that for both eyes. Inflate this to 3.5 inches. Tie off. Pull out the black. Tie it to the end of the gray. So now you have this. You have that for both eyes. Let's put this aside. Let's get our face. the back of the head where the round was. We're going to push the eye right through the back of the head to the front, right here and right here. Try to push your finger on the front of the pupil so that as you're pushing through, you don't make this bigger, make your pupil bigger, okay? So I usually reach in from the front and grab the sides of the eye and pull it through. And we'll position it in a minute. Do the same thing on the other side. Reach in from the front, grab the eye, pull it through. Now you can decide exactly where you want your eyes to sit. So you want to push it back so it's wedged between the forehead and the cheek. Okay? Because his eyes sit low. See? Okay. Position all of this in a minute. We'll pull it down. So now we want to use these 260s that we stuck in here. These are going to be the eyebrows. So we're going to actually bring these way up behind the muzzle and over the top of his eye like this to this corner where the two links are joined. Okay? We're going to twist off and make a pinch twist and wrap that pinch twist right into this joint. We're going to do that on each side. Now, before you do, you might want to manipulate this eye, this 260, so that it has some shape to it. So first I kind of twist it up. Then I curve it like this, just to give it some definition before I tie it in. You can manipulate it a little bit further, but you don't want this to be too tall. You don't want it to be way up here. You want it to sit over his eye because you're kind of hiding his eye. His beady eyes are peeking through, okay? So do that, twist it off, make a pinch twist, and wrap it into that joint. All right, let's go. Twist it off, make a pinch twist. Just a regular, maybe 2-finger pinch twist. Twist it off, wrap that right in this joint. Wrap it around, nice, well. And you don't need any more of this balloon. Let it go and tie it off using the QuickLink nozzle. All right. Okay, you're going to do the same thing on the other side. Pull it all the way up behind the nose. Let's manipulate it a little bit to give it some shape. Let's see. And then let us, again, twist it off, make a pinch twist, wrap this pinch twist right in this joint. Just roll it around. Okay. Again, you don't need the rest of this 260. We're going to cut it off. And tie it off. Cut off any excess. want to show you something. Remember, we inserted the eyes and we had 5-inch rounds behind those eyes. And they're important. The reason I use these because now we're going to use those to help keep the under eye detail in place. So let's look at the eyes. We're going to have to manipulate these eyebrows a little more so we can see our eyeballs. Okay. Now we want to take the 160, bring it up under the eye like this. Okay? We're going to take it and push it behind the eye. Right in this joint. 1 second. Technical difficulties. Lost my earpod. Okay. So, we're pushing this 160 under the eye. Behind the pinch twist. Okay? Put your eye out there, push it under, manipulate it a little. See that detail? Then you're going to actually pull it behind this 5-inch round. And you're going to tie it off to the one on the other side. So let's get that one. So under your eye, right through this space, in this joint. Okay? Pull your eye in nice and tight. Close to the face. Pull in. Okay, see? I'm going to do that on both sides. See your eyes? Okay. Now that you've got it positioned, turn this around. Here's the 5 inches that hold the eyes in place. Bring those right under there. You're going to cut these off, wrap them around and cut them off and tie it off. Okay? You wrapped it around, tie these, cut it off and tie it off. Cut off your ends. And tie these off. Okay, cut off any excess. Here's your eye. Now we can of course shift everything. We're going to do that in just a moment, but let's cut off that excess first. All right, there you go. Get everything positioned how you like it. And there's almost the end of the face. Now, we need to make some ears. You're going to need an 11-inch round. This is gray. And a 260Q. Fold your 260Q in half and slide the 260Q, the folded end, into your 11-inch round until it stops. You're going to have the nozzle end of your 260 sticking out, as well as the other end of your 260. You want those to hang out of the balloon. Now inflate the 11-inch balloon only to about 30 pumps. Okay, now you want to inflate your 11-inch, your 260Q. You want to count your pumps because you want to make sure you do the exact same thing to make a second ear so that they are relatively the same size. So insert your hand pump into your 260Q. This is a distortion technique, but it's not that difficult and you can do it too. Just follow along. Now, don't worry if you start to lose air from your 11-inch round, but try to hold it. You have your nozzle now inserted into your 260Q. Now give it 5 pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's it. Pull out both ends of the 260Q as far as they will go. Okay, now you're going to take those 2 ends of your 260Q and tie them together. Don't worry if your if your 11-inch round starts to lose a little bit of air. Just go ahead and tie off. Okay? Now, you want to cut off the ends of your, scissors. Cut off the ends of your 260Q. Start to let out the air. Push on the sides of your 260Q. Okay? Now, take the top of this structure, bend down the top, over, this. Bend the bottom where your nozzle is back. Kind of like an S. This is the shape that I want for my ears. And you're manipulating the 260 that's inside of this 11-inch. And so you end up with something like this. And this is your ear. Okay? You're going to make a second one just like this. Then you're going to take a scrap of 260. You can use a scrap that you just used for inside here. And you're going to tie this off. Tie it to the end of one ear, and then you're going to tie it off to the other ear. Okay? And you're going to end up with something that looks like this. Okay? And these are your ears. You made 2 of them and tie them together. Now let's put them in place. Remember that we have the 2 5-inch rounds at the back of the head that were used to attach the eyes. You're going to insert your ears under those 5-inch rounds and position them so that they sit near the pinch twist, right at the corner of the head. So let's stretch this apart, slide this under these 5-inch rounds. Okay? Now we can position them. Let's turn it. I want my ears to sit out like this. So they're not very tall on a bulldog, so I'm going to push them down some so that they kind of sit nestled the top of the forehead. Push it down. Okay, on one side, push it down, on the other side. Let's turn it around. It. Okay. Yes. Now. There you have the ears. See that? Ears in place. Now, let's talk about a couple more accent pieces that we can add. If you take a Sharpie, you can draw 3 little dots on each of the muzzles to make additional accent pieces. What you could also do is take a 5-inch rose balloon or the end of a 350 or 260 rose or red balloon, inflate it just a little bit and tie it off. Cut off any excess. And you want to make it just big enough to insert inside of his mouth, like so. Push it in, right under his lip and on top of his lip, and that makes like a tongue. See that? And as you can see, here's some little teeth. And I'll show you how to make those too. We're gonna take a a white QuickLink. This is a 6-inch QuickLink. You want to put some air in it, just a little bit. Push your nozzle in of your pump as far as it'll go, because you just want a little bit of air in it. Now what you're going to do is you're going to squeeze the air so it goes into this tip, okay? Like this. And you're gonna let some air out. You're gonna keep letting air out till you get just the right size that you want for the tooth. So, and you wanna remember to leave the tip there. So until you have it about that size. And now you're gonna tie it off. Tie it off and cut off the excess. So there's your little tooth. I simply took a piece, an glue dash, right on the back, and then tapped it right to the front of his nozzle. Make sure that you position it so that we're not seeing the tie-in. I positioned it right under his lip. I pulled the lip down a little bit so that you don't see it. Very cool, huh? Let's make sure we position everything. See that? Very cool. He looks menacing, doesn't he? Okay. Let's add one more tip. Let's hide our mechanics just as we did in the first design by taking a 5-inch round inflated to 3 inches. Let's make a split bubble and put it around the legs. Other side as well. Now our mechanics are hidden. To make the back stand, just like in the first design, let's take 2 little sand weights, tie them together, and place them right at the back. It's important to make sure that you have nice, tight pinch twists on the front legs so that his haunches sit nicely. But if you're having trouble with them sitting still, you can add a sand weight. Make a tiny little sand weight, place it right underneath his paw. I like sand because you can make it flat. Pull it up through the bottom and wrap it in between his toes. That gives a little more weight to his foot. Make sure your pinch twists are in the right direction. And here you go. There's Spike, standing in all his glory. There he is. Let's turn him this way. Spike, the baddest bulldog on the block. You like him? Again, I'm Carolyn Truby of Truby Loons Event and Party Decor, and I hope you had a great time with me today.
Hi there! Happy to be here on Q Corner, and I would love to show you some arrangements for spring. Bonjour tout le monde, bien content d'être de retour sur Q Corner et j'aimerais vous montrer quelques arrangements pour printemps. When we think of spring, of course we think of Easter, so obviously we think of Easter eggs. Quand on parle de printemps, on pense à Pâques, donc il faut absolument que je vous montre quelques œufs de Pâques. So, something very easy is to work with QuickLinks and insert any kind of printed balloon that you would like. So it could be that you choose for any of the existing Easter print latex balloons, or it could be that you go for any kind of printed, such as these. Donc, ça se peut que vous allez travailler avec un QuickLink et là-dedans, vous allez utiliser un ballon qui existe déjà pour Pâques, ou bien vous allez choisir vous-même la couleur que vous voulez et l'imprimer que vous voulez. Eh bien, qu'est-ce qu'on va prendre? Allez hop, je vais prendre celui-là. So let me go for this one. I'm using a purple balloon that I am inserting inside this QuickLink clear. Donc, je mets ce ballon dans un QuickLink transparent diamant clair. As you could see, while inflating, I pulled on the middle of this tip to have it perfectly in the middle. Donc, quand j'ai gonflé, j'ai bien tiré ici au milieu pour avoir le petit embout juste au milieu de mon ballon. J'ai surgonflé, donc ce qui fait que j'ai une forme d'œuf déjà dans mon ballon. I did overinflate slightly, so I do have a perfect shape of an Easter egg like this. And now I'm going to use 160 Qs or 260 Qs as you wish, and I will inflate them with this little smart inflator. Funny little thing. I totally inflate and I deflate gently to get a soft balloon. Donc je vais utiliser le Smart, le gonfleur Smart de chez Premium. Je pousse avec un doigt. Et je vais dégonfler un tout petit peu afin qu'il soit plus mou et plus facile à utiliser. So, I tie these together and I can start by making two pinch twists here. Donc, je les noue ensemble et je commence avec deux pinch twists ici que je vais poser bien sûr ici sur la nuque. So I'm positioning this here perfectly on the neck. hiding all the mechanics. And now I can go from both sides up to the top of my balloon. Maintenant, je peux aller des deux côtés, hop, et aller jusqu'au haut de mon ballon. Je vais tricher un tout petit peu. I will cheat a little bit and take a little bit less from both sides. And now twist this perfectly together. Again, I can make a pinch twist on both sides. Donc encore une fois, je peux faire des pinch twists des deux côtés et je les fais ensemble en faisant deux bulles. And I make them at once, creating bubbles from both sides, and then I can twist all this perfectly together. Now I can choose to make loops as big as I want. For instance, like this. Donc, je peux faire des boucles dans la taille voulue. Up. And now I will fold this over like that and squeeze to give it a gentle little bend. Je vais plier tout ça et faire et pousser. Et comme ça, je fais une ligne plus douce dans mon ballon. Oh, wait a minute. Let me redo this. Attendez, attendez, la forme doit être l'inverse. So I was wrong, it had to be the opposite, because this is the shape of my Easter egg. And I use this to tip to perfectly position my 160Q. J'utilise le petit embout pour attacher ici en bas. And now I can perfectly position this on top and again use the neck of my balloon to put that here on top. And now this is an Easter egg that I can hang in a window display or in any kind of arrangement, decor as I wish. Maintenant, je peux utiliser un fil nylon pour aller suspendre cet œuf de Pâques où je veux dans l'arrangement ou décor que je veux. J'espère que vous aimez. C'est tout simple et tout vite à faire. So this is a very easy design that goes very, very quick. And as said before, now you can choose any kind of print to integrate in the app. But we can make a big Easter egg as well. So now I'm going to connect plenty of QuickLinks together. Donc là, je vais faire un grand œuf de Pâques et je vais faire des connexions de plein de QuickLink ensemble. I will be using mocha brown, could have been chocolate, and I will use some yellow as well to make a ribbon in the egg. Let me start with 2 yellow. These can be inflated to any desired size, but today I'm going for 9-inch. Donc je pourrais gonfler à n'importe quelle taille, mais aujourd'hui je vais pour 9 pouces. So I will be using a sizer box and each time deflate the balloons. J'utilise le sizer box et je vais dégonfler les ballons et ça c'est la manière que je préfère parce que comme ça j'ai des ballons très mous. This way I have very soft balloons, and that is what I love to work with. 1, 2, and tie it off. The next one is 1 yellow and 1 mocha brown. Maintenant, j'utilise un jaune et un brun. Resulting in 3 yellow, and then I continue with brown. J'ai 3 jaunes et maintenant je continue avec des bruns. And I will be using 4 brown in total, and then continue with more yellow. J'utilise 4 bruns et maintenant je vais continuer avec des jaunes. I will need 4 more yellow ones. So, once again, 3 yellow, 4 brown, and then we have, correct, 5, I have to watch my line, 5 yellows. Donc on a 3 jaunes, 4 bruns, 5 jaunes. Now I will be using 5-inch brown. And I have a setting here on my twin air sizer of 0.5, which results in about 4 each for the dot. J'ai ici mon smart sizer sur 0.5, ce qui résulte en à peu près 4 pouces de taille. I'm turning these together, and now I can squeeze in this doublet so it stays like this. Donc je viens de tourner les bruns ensemble et comme ça je peux positionner le duplet pour qu'il reste en place. I'm going to make a second construction that is identical to what I just did, but I will use only one color. Je vais refaire la même construction que je viens de faire, mais je vais utiliser que une couleur. Donc je vais utiliser que le mocha brown. In total, I'm using 12 balloons. So 12 QuickLinks, all inflated to 9 inch. Donc, j'utilise maintenant en totalité 12 ballons QuickLink, tous gonflés à la taille de 9 pouces. So remember, I had 3 yellows, so now I take 3 brown and then we'll turn 4 brown together. Comme auparavant, j'avais 3 jaunes, donc maintenant je prends 3 bruns pour ensuite tourner ensemble ces 4. QuickLink. So I have this shape identical to that one. J'ai exactement la même structure, mais dans différentes couleurs. Et je les noue maintenant ici ensemble et à la fin. So as you can see, I am now tying all this together at the beginning and at the end. So I have twice an identical structure, but using different colors. So this is what I have now. And now I want to twist from this side 2 brown and 2 yellow together. Donc maintenant je vais prendre de ce côté 2 jaunes et 2 bruns pour aller les tourner ensemble. Et encore une fois positionner avec un duplet. Deux, et maintenant je tourne ici. Et positionne. So I take 2 and 2 and I turn all this and connect. And one more here. So each time I have 4 balloons coming together. Donc encore une fois, et comme ça j'ai chaque fois 4 ballons qui font un cercle ensemble. I will add another doublet here, and I will use this to connect all that together. And I will add 3 more here. Donc je viens d'ajouter un duplet à la fin pour pouvoir rejoindre tout ça. Et ici, vous allez voir que je vais encore une fois positionner 3 duplets. So this is what I have. I have a kind of cross coming together. Donc j'ai une forme de croix. And of course I add doublets on the other side as well. So this is what I have now. C'est ce que j'ai maintenant et je vais aller rejoindre ce côté et ce côté. So I am now adding these 2 together. And I will close this off here as well. And close this off here as well. Donc, comme vous voyez, maintenant, j'utilise chaque fois les duplets pour fermer tout ceci. Et rentrer dedans. So, if made correctly, this should kind of look like a throne. Si vous avez fait correctement, maintenant ça a l'air d'un trône. And now we join the other side as well. And now we have this shape in the whole arrangement. Donc maintenant, tout est fermé et on a une forme de boule, on pourrait dire, dans tout ça. Maintenant, je vais rajouter en haut et en bas deux clusters. Now I will add on top and at the base two clusters. I will be using Mocha Brown, but 11-inch, no longer QuickLink. And I will use two sizes. One cluster will be inflated to, for instance, 5-inch, and another one will be inflated to, for instance, 7-inch. Donc maintenant, je vais utiliser deux tailles différentes et je vais utiliser, par exemple, un cluster de 7 et un cluster de 5. Go for 7. And I said the other one will be 5. Oh, here we go, 5. But I want to connect these on top and at the base. So I will be using what I would call a connector. Using one balloon inflated to 9-inch. Donc je vais positionner les deux clusters, mais je vais les faire une connexion en utilisant un ballon 11 pouces gonflé à 9. And one small balloon, for instance, inflated to 4, but could be smaller as well. So I'm deflating to get just a bit smaller. Donc ça pourrait être 4, mais je peux le faire plus petit aussi. I push this inside the construction, and now I can use the top balloon to connect all this here. Donc, je l'ai rentré dans ma construction et j'utilise le top ici pour bien le fixer. Ça, c'est le bas de ma construction. Là, je vais utiliser un poids. So this is the base of my construction, but here I will use sand weight. I have a bottle filled with sand. Here, j'ai une bouteille remplie de sable, donc je peux très facilement maintenant mettre autant de sable que je veux dans mon ballon. Le sable est un petit peu mouillé, donc il ne rentre pas facilement. The sand is still a bit wet, so that's why it's not this easy to put it in here for the moment. If I would have had a squeaky plastic bottle that I could squeeze, it would have been easy. Si j'aurais eu une bouteille en plastique que je pouvais pousser, ça aurait été un petit peu plus facile. Ok. Here we go. Yeah. I have my sand weight. Et maintenant, encore une fois, 9 pouces. Once more, a 9-inch that I attach to my sand weight. I push this in here from the top. And now I can position this here. By twisting this in. Anyhow, and here we go. This is how I can make the shape of an Easter egg. And I have here this line that makes a ribbon inside my instruction. I can start filling up all these gaps, but that is as you wish. Je pourrais maintenant commencer à remplir chaque fois tous ces trous, mais ça c'est comme vous voulez. Je vais tout simplement remplir un trou. I will be using 350Q to make a big loop. J'utilise du 350 pour faire les grandes boucles. I can tie these together now. And I can fill these up. And add here the big loops, but again I need something to push this in, so again I will inflate a 9-inch. Donc maintenant je vais positionner ça ici. J'ai besoin de quelque chose pour fixer dedans, donc je vais utiliser du 9 pouces encore une fois. Et voilà, voilà. This is how you can start making your Easter eggs and add layers, as many as you wish, and then the sizes that you wish to make these longer or shorter Easter eggs. Donc maintenant, vous pouvez, si vous voulez, encore ajouter des clusters pour faire un œuf qui est beaucoup plus long ou plus court, comme vous voulez. Voilà! In this design, I will be making a small Easter rabbit, all based on one QuickLink that will have a weight and a cluster to hold it straight. Maintenant, je vais faire un petit lapin Et je vais utiliser un QuickLink pour le corps attaché à un poids sur un petit cluster. So I have one weight here, sand weight. That I will attach to this inflated QuickLink. Donc j'ai un poids de sable que je vais attacher à un QuickLink. Vous pouvez gonfler à la taille que vous voulez. Si vous êtes intéressé, là c'est plus ou moins 10 pouces. J'estime entre, oui, 10, à peu près 10,5. So this is about 10.5 inch. But as said, you can make this as big as you want. I will make a cluster with 3 green and 2 rose 5 inch. Je fais un petit cluster en utilisant 3 verts et 2 roses. When I make a cluster of 5, it's a habit that I always make one cluster of 4 and then I add in the 5th. Comme moi je fais un cluster de 5, je vais toujours tout d'abord faire un cluster de 4 et ensuite rajouter le 5e ballon. Donc, je tiens ici une nuque et je pousse et fixe le 5e. So I hold one neck and then I add the 5th balloon as you have seen. So when I attach this, it's now representing one rabbit that will be hopping in the grass and will have 2 rose feet in a very simple way. Donc là, c'est 2 pieds roses d'une manière très simple pour mon lapin qui est quelque part dans le jardin. And now I will start building here on top to make the face of the rabbit. And I will be using different sizes. So I could use, for instance, to start with 0.8. Donc j'utilise tout d'abord 0.8 qui me fait à peu près 4,5 en pouces. So this makes about 4.5 as a size. Later I will be, so afterwards I will be adding here the face and mouth. So I have 3 balloons inflated to this size, and now I will inflate 1 pink balloon to make a nose, but smaller. Can be the size that you wish. Donc là maintenant, je vais attacher un ballon qui va devenir le nez de mon lapin dans la taille que vous voulez. Okay. First layer. Now I go 2 down, 0.6 for my next layer. Donc je vais diminuer pour la deuxième couche. Et je peux utiliser des ballons pré-imprimés comme ceux-ci, ou bien je peux utiliser des ballons blancs où je vais dessiner moi-même les yeux. So I could use the pre-printed I printed 5-inch, or I can simply use white and then start drawing myself afterwards the eyes. So this becomes a layer of 4 as well. Donc là, j'ai encore une couche de 4 ballons. Et je vais diminuer encore. 0,4. Pour faire une taille encore plus petite. I'm looking for some neck. Je vais aller chercher un petit peu de nuque pour positionner là la dernière couche. Donc il me faut 2 dents, bien sûr. Je peux utiliser du 260 ou du 160. So to make the teeth, I could use 160Q, or in this case 160Q. You can make these as big as you want, but let's not exaggerate. I will be using about 3-4 fingers max to make his teeth. Donc je vais utiliser 3-4 doigts au maximum pour aller faire ses dents. This smart inflator has a little knife that is really smart. So I can tie this in. And again, cut here. So I have these little teeth here, and I just need to add his ears. Ears could be 260Qs. Let me go for rows again. Good size? Okay. Now, let's make them to the same length. On va faire de sorte qu'ils aient la même taille. There. Did take out the air. I twist all this around and pass through to make sure that I'm not losing the shape. I can give it a little shock twist to make them longer. Donc je peux donner ce qu'on appelle un petit shock twist pour qu'ils deviennent plus longs. If wished, they could be glued together to have more a shape like this. If wanted, you can give it a shape like that. Donc vous pouvez les coller ensemble si vous voulez, vous pouvez les donner. Vous pouvez les donner un petit mouvement. Et voilà, comme ça. J'ai les deux oreilles qui pourraient être positionnées comme ça. Et voilà. Je vais aller chercher un feutre. So here I have a Sharpie that I can use to simply draw some lines for nozzles. Donc je peux tirer quelques traits pour faire son petit moustache. Et je peux aller dessiner des yeux. Et Jackie would now call this kawaii eyes. That's ok, je vais les dessiner comme ça. Et je laisse un petit cercle. So I'm leaving one circle and then I fill in all the rest. Jackie, I hope I'm doing you justice. J'espère que Jackie va aimer. She's so much better in drawing eyes than I am. Elle est tellement meilleure que moi. Okay. And I'm going to add one more line. And we get little lines like this. Okay, here we go. Simple, simple face. But there's something short. He needs little legs, and there's another one that he needs, and that's a carrot. Mais il y a quelque chose qui manque, c'est des petites pattes, et ce qui manque en plus, c'est une carotte. So, I am going to use one QuickLink to make a carrot. Je vais utiliser un QuickLink pour faire une carotte. But what I'm doing is I move this all the way down on my pump. And as you can see, this makes a very nice little carrot shape. Et comme vous voyez, ça me fait maintenant une belle petite forme de carotte que je vais donner à mon lapin. Two little loops can be different sizes. Deux petites boucles qui peuvent être d'une taille différente. qui vont me donner un petit peu de verdure en haut de ma carotte. So this is giving me a little bit of green on top of my little carrot.
Yep.
And he does need a little bit of legs. And this can be as simple as this. So I'm just tying this from one side to the other side. Donc ça peut être aussi simple qu'une petite boucle que je vais nouer d'un côté vers l'autre côté. And I put this here, and I can simply glue this here on my little gentle rabbit. Let's use some balloon bond. Donc je vais utiliser un petit peu de balloon bond. Hop, hop. Et voilà. And I will just repeat the little shape here on the other side. This can be smaller. And I can fill this in with 2-pinch twists. Je vais répéter une patte de l'autre côté. Just like this. Tuck this in from both sides. Donc je pousse des deux côtés, hop, hop, pour ouvrir un petit peu plus la forme, to open a little bit more the shape, and now I can glue once more with balloon bonds. Et maintenant je peux répéter en utilisant du balloon bonds. Or even add some more there. Je vais le faire très vite, mais je peux peut-être mettre en plus de balloon bond là. Et hop. Et voilà. Mon petit lapin. For this arrangement, I will be using QuickLinks to make the body of a bigger rabbit. Maintenant, je vais utiliser des QuickLinks pour faire le corps d'un lapin plus grand. I will inflate these to the size of 9 inch. Je vais les gonfler sur la taille de 9 pouces. 2. I will be using 8 in total. J'en utilise au total 8. Why do I always turn twice? Pourquoi est-ce que je tourne toujours 2 fois? Sometimes we make mistakes when we make a construction with QuickLinks, and then it's very easy to undo them. Parfois, on fait des bêtises et on fait des erreurs quand on est en train de travailler avec des QuickLinks, et comme ça, c'est très facile de les défaire. Just pull with your nail in between and it's undone. Donc, tout juste tirer, mettre son ongle entre les deux, et on peut réouvrir et refermer autant de fois qu'on veut. So this allows you to open and close as many times as you wish the whole construction. I will now need one more balloon, and this can be a round balloon. This can be inflated to any size that you want. Maintenant, je peux prendre la taille que je veux avec un ballon tout simplement rond. And on the other side, I will need a weight. I happen to have here a sand weight, so let me use that one. De l'autre côté, j'ai besoin d'un poids, et j'en ai un ici que je vais utiliser. J'utilise de 2 jusqu'au numéro 5 pour les tourner ensemble. I am using from number 2 up to number 5 to twist these together. And now I will twist the sand weight in between these two here. So this makes the weight getting here at the base. Donc maintenant j'ai mis le poids entre ces deux-là et ça va faire la base de mon lapin. This will be the head, so I am using 3 QuickLinks here to add in the head like this. Okay? Let me make a doublet with rose balloons, for instance. Donc j'ai utilisé 2 ballons roses, je les ai gonflés sur 9 pouces et ça va devenir les pattes de mon lapin. Donc si je veux, je peux déformer tout juste en poussant pour que ça devienne des pattes plus longues. So these will become the feet of my rabbit, and I'm just inflating these to 9-inch, but then squeeze to distort them without any other balloon. Just by squeezing, I get a longer shape of balloon that I now will twist in here. Donc maintenant, je vais intégrer en twistant ces deux-là, et ça me fait la base de mon lapin. Je vais ensuite redresser la tête en utilisant plus de ballons ici. I will now move this upwards by using more balloons here to lift the head. This can be done in many ways. So, for instance, just a doublet. Ça peut être fait en plusieurs manières, mais là, par exemple, je vais utiliser qu'un duplet pour lever la tête comme ça. Maintenant, j'ai besoin d'un nez, j'ai besoin de 2 yeux. I now need the nose and the teeth, of course, and I need the 2 eyes. The 2 eyes could be, in this case, the pre-printed balloons. Let me give this a squeeze. Squeeze. Donc maintenant, j'ai 2 ballons pré-imprimés que je peux utiliser comme des yeux. Et je dois tout simplement fixer ça ici. Donc, je vais utiliser un ballon ici à l'arrière pour tenir le tout. So I will use 1 balloon at the back. Just squeeze it. Again, this does not have to be too big. Ça ne doit pas être trop grand. I tie this in but leave a little distance. Donc je attache mais je laisse un peu de distance. Et hop. Ça c'est ce que je vois à l'arrière. Et ça c'est maintenant les yeux ici devant. So as said, I need a nose and teeth. J'ai besoin de nez et de dents. Je peux encore une fois utiliser ou bien 260 ou bien 160 s'ils doivent être plus fins. So I could use again 260Q or 160Q if you want them to be thinner. What do you choose? I see you want to go for 260Q this time. Je vois que vous voulez aller de 260. Two long bubbles. Okay. And a nose. How big do you want the nose to be? Like this. Donc vous pouvez let's tie this up. This time I'm going to hold all this by putting in a doublet at the back. Donc cette fois-ci je vais aller pour un duplet pour tenir tout ça en place là derrière. I pull it here like that. And have the teeth here at the front. Now I need to go for okay. I'm turning this like that to stabilize. Donc je tourne pour stabiliser le tout. Okay, okay. And I need to go for the nostrils. And this time I want to make it more solid. So I'm using a wire, a floral wire, to create these nostrils. Donc j'utilise un fil de fer que je coupe à la mesure voulue. So I just cut this to the desired length, and then very important, I roll the ends so I will not pierce the balloon that I will push over it. Donc je roule pour ne pas abîmer le ballon que je vais utiliser. J'utilise un 160 noir pour l'enfoncer dedans. Je vais faire un nœud. Donc déjà, je vais faire un nœud de l'autre côté. Comme ça, visuellement, ça a le même aspect. Because I have to put in a knot, I already put on the other side a knot. So visually, you have the same effect on both sides. And now I cut away the excess on both sides. Donc maintenant, je peux couper l'excès des deux côtés. Hop, hop, hop. Et je peux, par exemple, utiliser un petit peu de 160 pour nouer le tout ensemble. So I can use, for instance, a little bit of 160Q to tie all this together. And I can even go in between to take some distance. Et je vais même aller entre le ballon pour créer un peu de distance. Et maintenant, je peux attacher tout ça dans ma construction. Je passe d'un côté pour aller fixer l'autre côté. So I go from one side to attach it to the balloons on the other side. And now I can push this in like this, as wished. So a very quick way to make the whole body of this bigger rabbit. And again, he will need his carrots. Donc maintenant, j'ai fait de manière très vite une plus grande taille de carotte, une plus grande taille de lapin, mais il a encore besoin de la carotte. Donc je prends encore une fois le QuickLink, maintenant la taille de 12. So once again I take the QuickLink, but now the bigger size. If I want to create a carrot that is just slightly bigger than the one that would have been created with a 6-inch. Here we go. 260Q. And bigger loops. 260 et des boucles un petit peu plus grandes. And here we go once more for a very quickly made carrot. I am making very simple hands. Okay. long bubbles. Take the size for the other side. And just twisting all this together creates a few loops, and that's it. And the only thing I will be doing to create his hands. But for this one, I need to make sure that I do have enough to keep the carrot. So I will do it this way. Donc pour ça, tout simplement des boucles qui sont tournées ensemble. Mais là, pour ce côté-là, je dois faire de sorte que je suis certain d'avoir la bonne taille pour tenir la carotte. Donc je l'ai tourné autour. And now I can deflate, je vais dégonfler le tout. Et je passe à travers. I deflate everything. And I just go through the construction to keep it. Et je peux nouer tout ça ensemble. I'm tying all this together. And I can pass from one side to the other side. Up. You have him keep the carrot like that. Is there something missing? Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui manque? Ah, bien sûr. Bien sûr. Il y a encore des oreilles à faire. Tout petit. So just very, very small. On the other side. So this is hiding the mechanics, and this will be perfect to hold the ears. Let me use this. Actually, it can be even bigger. Okay. That was 3 times 0.9. C'était 3 fois 0, 9. Je peux défaire, dégonfler tout ça, et maintenant ça me permet de pouvoir positionner ces oreilles ici. So I can get rid of all this, and now I can position all this here. Squeeze it back, okay, like that, like so. Et voilà. Voici mon tout grand lapin. So this is my big rabbit, my rabbit bunny. I promised I was going to show a flower as well, made with QuickLink. J'ai promis que j'allais vous montrer en plus une fleur avec des QuickLink. La voici. So I'm going to make clusters of 5 balloons, but in this case I will use 4 round and 1 QuickLink 12-inch. Donc je vais faire une fleur en commençant avec un cluster de 5 ballons, dont 4 ronds et un QuickLink 12 pouces. I am inflating these to, for instance, 10-inch. Donc là, je prends par exemple 10 pouces par ballon. Cluster of 4, and now the QuickLink inflated to 10 as well and tied it. Le QuickLink là aussi gonflé à 10 et je l'ajoute pour avoir un cluster de 5 ballons. Later I will be adding these in clusters, and these are the 6-inch QuickLinks. Maintenant, je vais rajouter des clusters de 5 QuickLink en 6 pouces. Two. One, two. And a fifth. Un, deux. Un, deux. Et le cinquième. Comme toujours, rajouter en dernier. As always, I add the fifth one last. Now I will push this down. Look for one of the necks. Donc, je pousse et je vais chercher une des nuques pour attacher le cluster. So, by looking for one of the existing necks, I simply can tie in these clusters of 5 QuickLinks. Okay, this is now very stable. I'm just adding a little detail. So one that deflate to a size of, for instance, 3.5, 3.5. I tie this one off and leave a long neck. Donc je l'ai gonflé à 3, 3,5. Je mets un nœud en laissant une longue nuque, ce qui fait que je peux nouer les deux ensemble. What means that I now can tie these two together, leaving a long distance in between. So I can push this very easily in between. Donc là, je peux maintenant très facilement poser les deux côtés. As I have been using QuickLinks here, I now can start adding any kind of detail. So I could start making loops going from one to another. I could start making V-shapes from one to another. Donc, puisque j'ai maintenant des QuickLink, je peux aller faire une construction pour rajouter encore un peu plus à la fleur. Donc, par exemple, faire des boucles d'un QuickLink à un autre, ou aller faire des V ou autre forme. Mais aujourd'hui, j'ai choisi pour des 260 encore. But today I did go for 260 Qs in a curl, and I will put them from here to the opposite side each time in between these balloons. Je vais les mettre chaque fois d'un côté vers l'autre côté entre les deux grands ballons. So, 260 Q. I would like to explain something about that machine. J'aimerais bien vous expliquer quelque chose de cette machine. This is the Premium Twin Air Sizer. C'est le Premium Twin Air Sizer. Et ce qui est très spécial, c'est qu'il fonctionne avec une pédale de ce côté-là avec un timer. Par contre, de l'autre côté, on peut brancher encore une pédale, mais là, ça fonctionne sans le timer. So what is special is that from this side, if you put here a foot pedal, it is using the timer. Each time you step, it's using exactly the time that is showing. Donc, chaque fois qu'on va pousser la pédale, il va utiliser exactement ce temps-là. I did add a second pedal, and here I put stickers on. Donc, timer. No timer. Donc, je mets des autocollants pour que ce soit bien clair quel est celui sans le timer. Et là, autant qu'on pousse, il continue à gonfler. So, and here, as long as you press, it will keep on inflating. And that's very handy if you are using 260 Qs and you want to inflate them exactly to the size that you want. Et là, c'est très gai quand on va utiliser par exemple les 260 et qu'on veut les gonfler jusqu'à la taille voulue. Pre-inflate. Turn around your fingers and re-inflate to have a perfect curl. Bubble, bubble, and these two become pinch twist by turning the neck around here. Other side, bubble, bubble, and here as well. This becomes pinch twist. Now in French. Donc là, je gonfle le 260. Une fois qu'il est pré-gonflé, je vais tourner autour de deux doigts. Pour faire une curl parfaite. Bubble, bubble, et ça devient des pinch twist quand je prends la nuque et je tourne parfaitement au milieu. De l'autre côté, bulle, bulle, hop. Encore une fois avec ce qui reste, hop. Et voilà. So, let me move this back there. This is what I meant when I said I'm going to connect one side to the other side, as I have these pinch twists. And now I can connect this perfectly here in between and go from here to the other side. making a funny curl, adding detail from one to the other side. Donc, je vais utiliser ces curls que je vais attacher d'un côté pour aller attacher de l'autre côté. J'en ai préparé ici. I had a few prepared. So I will go from one side first. Je tourne le tout. And so on, and so on. Et je continue. Ce qui me donne cet effet. So this is now the effect that I have. I simply add curly shapes to make it more special as a design. And I used one QuickLink, remember? So now I can perfectly hang this in my decor. So, puisque j'ai utilisé un QuickLink, maintenant je peux aller suspendre tout ça dans un décor. Vous voyez déjà? Can you already imagine? Or I can as well, and I'll tie this off first. Je vais tout d'abord faire un petit nœud. Or I can as well add this on top of any air-filled construction. And here I have a few. Here I have a few clusters, and I end with loops of 350 Qs. And see how nice this fits on top of that. Là, j'ai fait plusieurs clusters, donc je peux faire toute une colonne, et j'ai fini avec deux boucles de 350. Et puisque j'avais la connexion dans mon QuickLink, je peux aller rajouter ça au niveau de ma colonne. Another design using the fantastic QuickLinks. Encore un arrangement en utilisant ce QuickLink fantastique. Il y a plein de possibilités qu'on ne se réalise même pas. So there's so many possibilities with these QuickLinks that we do not even imagine all these possibilities. My next design will be a giant butterfly. L'arrangement que je vais faire maintenant, ce sera un papillon gigantesque. First thing to do is to make this construction, and that is already one part of a wing. On va faire une telle construction qui va faire une partie d'une des ailes du papillon. I did pre-inflate balloons. Donc j'ai pré-gonflé des ballons. Et là, on a une ligne gonflée sur 10 pouces de magenta, wildberry, lime, Caribbean. So I did pre-inflate these to 10. And we have 2 wildberries, a lime green, and a Caribbean in this case. So for the whole construction, we need 4 lines of these. These, however, are a little bit smaller. These are only 9" where these were 10". Là, j'ai gonflé à 9, qui est un petit peu plus petit que le 10 qu'on avait auparavant. The reason for this is to have a little bit rounder shape and not too square. Ce qui va former maintenant une forme plus arrondie au lieu d'avoir une forme très carrée. So I tie this on here. And here on the second line. Je taille 2 lignes avec ce qui sera en haut le 9 pouces line. Je vais déjà tourner ceci. I will already turn these like that, and I will fix this, connect this with a doublet inflated to 4" of Caribbean blue. Et je vais faire la connexion, la stabilisation avec de Caribbean gonflé à 4. Here again, inflated to 9". Encore une fois, gonflé à 9 pouces pour faire la forme plus arrondie. And once again, I can turn this together. Et je tourne tout ça ensemble. Et je stabilise avec le duplet Caribbean, stabilize with the Caribbean doublet. So this starts to look like what we had here before. I just need to add a few more doublets. So I have one doublet here. One doublet comes here. And as you can see here, I have another one. But at the base comes something special. Donc, comme vous voyez, j'ai ici encore un, mais la base va avoir quelque chose de spécial. Là, je vais rajouter un ballon gonflé à 6. Here I'm adding one more balloon, and that will be inflated to 6". Pull this in very well. Donc, bien rapproché, qu'il soit bien près des autres. And here I can put in another cluster. If you feel that is not close enough, then turn all this around to get it closer and closer. Si vous trouvez que c'est pas assez près, vous pouvez tourner le tout autour pour que ça devienne de plus en plus près. So here we have two that will become the opposite of each other. Then I need this. Two QuickLinks inflated to 9" and finished with a 6 round and just tie in 2 doublets. two of those, and I'm making a mistake. This comes here. Là, ça vient ici en haut. Là, c'est la connexion qu'on va avoir là. And here, this is the connection that we will have here. So these are the two outer sides of the wings of the butterfly. Donc là, c'est les deux côtés, gauche et droite, de notre papillon. See? Okay. Now we need to make the middle part. On doit faire le milieu de notre papillon. Très simple, un cluster de QuickLink gonflé sur 10 pouces et là j'attache duplet, ballon simple. So two of these elements made in exactly the same way, a cluster of 10-inch, and on one side they get single balloons, where on the other side they get doublets. Why single? Because that makes it easy to twist this together to connect all this. But I'll wait with that. Donc, comme vous venez de voir, c'est pour pouvoir faire une connexion entre tout ça que j'utilise que des simples. Okay, let me put that there, because we need more. For the middle, we need the body of the butterfly. These were still part of the wings. Now we need the body. Donc ça fait encore partie des deux ailes du papillon, mais on a besoin du corps du papillon. Where did I put? Oh, okay, fair. There it is. One is very simple. Round balloon, QuickLink connected to one single 4-inch. Comme vous voyez, un ballon rond, QuickLink et un simple. Je vais vous expliquer plus tard. I will explain later. Here I will use my technique that I invented many years ago, and that by now most of you know, where I came up with putting a 260Q inside an 11-inch or a 350Q inside a 16-inch or 160Q in a 5-inch. Donc là, je vais vous montrer la technique que j'ai inventée il y a beaucoup d'années, mais la plupart d'entre vous connaissent déjà, où je mets un 350 dans un 16 pouces ou un 260 dans un 11 pouces ou un 160 dans un 5 pouces et que je vais gonfler les deux pour déformer les ballons. And now I will be inflating this to make a new shape out of one balloon. Now I can use a pump to inflate the 260Q, and this is the trickiest part, to be able to put this in the 260Q and be able to start inflating all this. Donc là, c'était la partie la plus dure où je dois pouvoir mettre la pompe sur le 260 pour ensuite intégrer tout ça afin de pouvoir gonfler. And now tie the 260Q. Je fais un nœud dans le 260 et je laisse dégonfler le 11 pouces. I can now easily let the air go out of the 11-inch, or do this just a little bit quicker, because I want to have a long shape in this balloon. Je veux avoir une forme plus allongée dans ce ballon, donc je veux avoir une forme comme ça. J'enlève l'air du 260 et je noute le tout. I take the air out of the 260Q and now I can tie all this off like this. I just need one quick again inflated to 9. J'ai besoin de QuickLink gonflé à 9. Et je peux nouer tout ça ensemble. Encore une fois. À 4. Once more inflated. To 4. And I need 2 more doublets. J'ai besoin d'encore 2 duplets. Que je vais mettre ici. So I'm putting that in the middle. And here. And now I am putting this here through the whole construction. And back upwards. Donc j'ai mis tout ça à travers la construction et j'ai levé le tout. Qu'est-ce qui se passe maintenant? C'est que cette construction pousse ça plus vers le haut. Et ce qui va faire que les ailes seront plutôt comme ça au lieu de à plat. So what's happening now is that this construction, because we have 3 balloons, is pushing these two more upwards. And this is going to result in the 2 wings being more V-shaped compared to each other, instead of being totally flat. So I can do this once more, like this. And back upwards. And this comes like this and like that. Notice that all the single balloons are here. Donc vous voyez maintenant que tous les ballons 5 sont de ce côté-là, ce qui veut dire que maintenant je peux tout simplement les twister ensemble. So this means that I can now very easily twist this together. Instead of having to tie and to pull, I assemble everything by just twisting single balloons together. Donc au lieu d'avoir besoin de pousser le tout et de tirer, je peux tout simplement tourner les deux ballons et le tout est stabilisé. Voilà. So now you can see the V shape that I have, and I can now bring in one wing. And attach here, here, and here at the base. And the other side in French. Et comme vous venez de voir, maintenant je peux attacher rien qu'en tournant les deux plaies. 1, 2, and the last one. Et le dernier, hop. Ta-da! So this is the basic shape of my butterfly, and now you can see that the wings are not flat but nicely in the shape that any butterfly should be, in a V shape towards each other. Only one thing missing, that would be the antennas. Donc encore une petite chose qui manque, et c'est les antennes qui vont sortir de la tête. So there, obviously, I would be using 160 Qs. You may give it a little pull here at the end. Sometimes that means that it will start inflating from the end. That's enough. Ça suffit. Hop. Hop. Parfait. Je fais qu'il soit un petit peu plus droit. Ok. Comme ça. Prepare it a little bit straighter. And here we go. Tie them together. Et je les noue ensemble. Hop. Et je vais aller en dessous. I'm going under the head and simply position them like that. And now you can start putting stickers to make a face, or start drawing a face as you wish. And now you have your butterfly. Donc maintenant, vous pouvez commencer à dessiner le visage ou bien mettre des autocollants pour les yeux, etc., etc. Et voilà mon papillon gigantesque qu'on sait faire en 15 minutes. I hope you like this. There's plenty that you should be able to use. Thank you for having me. Merci de me voir regarder pendant la convention. J'espère que vous avez eu plein d'idées et j'aimerais voir tout ce que vous réalisez avec tout ça. So I would love to see pictures.
Oi, gente! Sejam muito bem-vindos à nossa aula. Pra gente é um prazer enorme estar mais um ano aqui com vocês. E essa aula é super especial e eu vou contar um pouquinho dessa história pra vocês. Bom, antes disso eu queria agradecer muito a todo mundo, a toda a organização que mais uma vez permitiu que a gente estivesse aqui. Então, por isso, muito obrigada em meu nome e em nome do André. Mas vamos parar de enrolar e vamos começar, né? Olha só, essa aula que a gente trouxe aqui hoje pra vocês foi algo que a gente pensou no momento mais crucial da história da nossa loja, porque a gente precisou fechar as portas, a gente não sabia o que ia acontecer, diferente do que a gente está vivendo hoje. Lá no ano passado, lá atrás, a gente não fazia ideia do que iria acontecer por conta da pandemia. O que a gente sabia é que teria que fechar a loja. E aí a gente pensou muito rápido em trabalhar com um delivery, com unir o balão, que é algo super especial, com presentes, com flores, com algo que as pessoas pudessem, mesmo que de longe, presentear as pessoas amadas. E a gente teve essa sacada de fazer balloon box que a gente já fazia lá atrás, mas de uma forma que as pessoas conseguissem enviar para casas dos seus parentes queridos. Imagina só, tá o avô lá do outro lado da cidade e mesmo assim ele recebeu o carinho do filho, do neto e de quem quer que seja, né? Então, a gente pegou esse nicho de negócio e trouxe para dentro da nossa empresa, focou nisso e isso levou a gente para muito longe, graças a Deus. E é isso que a gente quer trazer aqui para vocês, uma forma bonita, super criativa e diferente de encantar você e o seu cliente. Vem comigo! Bom, a gente vai precisar de uma box, não necessariamente essa, tá, gente? Essa aqui que eu tô usando é uma box rústica, então eu vou fazer toda ela rústica, porque a base, ela é rústica, então a gente vai levar isso em consideração, usando essa boxzinha aqui rústica. Mas se você tiver aquela de acrílico, aquela de cartonagem, tudo bem, não tem problema nenhum, você pode usá-la também, tá? O importante é você aprender a técnica e usar a sua criatividade com os melhores balões. Eu tenho certeza que vai ficar maravilhoso e depois marca lá a gente pra gente ver o resultado, combinado? Então tá, a gente tem aqui uma box, a gente também vai precisar de saquinhos plásticos, porque a gente vai trabalhar com água, então é importante, né? A gente também vai precisar de esponja floral, tá? Eu não sei como chama aí na sua cidade, aqui chama esponja floral. E a gente corta de acordo com o molde da nossa box. A gente vai precisar de balloon bond, tesoura, balões. E à medida que a gente for falando aqui, eu vou contando pra vocês o que é cada coisinha. Pra começar, eu vou pegar a esponja floral e vou medir do tamanho que eu acho que é bacana. Então, pra isso, você pode usar uma faca com cuidado, tá, gente? Ou um estilete, certo? Antes de tudo isso, eu vou pegar um saco de embalagem, porque eu não quero sujar aqui a minha bancada, nem arranhar. Então, eu pego aqui um saquinho de embalagem, faço isso aqui. E, ó, eu vou medir aqui, tá? Tá mais ou menos aqui já, do mesmo tamanho, porque eu já cortei. Mas, eu vou vir aqui, ó, e cortar aqui um pouco o excesso de um lado e do outro. Esse excesso que a gente cortou maior, a gente não joga fora, porque ele vai servir pra ajudar aqui pra gente. Ó, ela entrou com facilidade. E o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou mergulhá-la, tá? Botar ela dentro de um balde, de uma bacia maior, é claro, e deixar. Ela precisa sugar a água, a gente não pode empurrar. Ela mesma precisa sugar a água. Eu já fiz isso aqui, porque eu não queria trazer um balde aqui pra vocês. Então, eu já adiantei esse passo. Eu já tenho uma esponja totalmente molhadinha. Olha a diferença de cor, gente. Essa aqui já tá toda molhada. E aí, o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou abrir aqui o meu saco, tá? Colocar a minha esponjinha floral dentro. Grace, por que eu não posso ir direto com o floral na nossa box? Porque isso aqui é madeira, né? É pinos, como a gente chama aqui. E se eu colocar essa esponja molhada aqui dentro, ela vai inchar e muito provavelmente vai desfazer essa caixinha. Então o saco protege, a gente coloca aqui, ó. E lembra desse pedacinho? Ele também vai pra dentro da água, espera sugar e depois você vai ter, ó. Eu vou ter dos dois lados, que eu já cortei aqui, tá? Dos dois ladinhos, então eu vou pôr aqui de um lado, eu mostro já pra vocês o resultado aqui. E do outro. O que eu vou fazer agora? Eu vou cortar o excesso de saquinho, gente. Ó, eu venho aqui e corto o excesso do saco, tá? Corto o excesso todo, a sujeirinha a gente vai tirando. E o resultado é esse aqui, tá dando pra ver aí? Ó, esse é o resultado. Eu tenho a esponja de um lado, do outro e a central no meio. Então tá, tendo isso em vista, eu vou continuar aqui. Bom, normalmente a gente faz a box com flores, a box de flores secas, de flores naturais. A gente faz também com os chocolates misturado com flores. Mas como o meu negócio é balão e eu quero que as pessoas entendam que isso saiu de uma loja de balões e não de uma floricultura, eu não vou colocar apenas um bubble aqui em cima. Eu preciso dar nome a isso. Então eu vou colocar mais balões. Se vocês prestarem atenção nas composições que a gente faz, normalmente tem um acabamentozinho de balão, além do bubble, para que as pessoas identifiquem que isso saiu de uma loja de balões e não de qualquer floricultura. É importante que elas saibam a essência do nosso negócio e é isso que a gente vai fazer aqui hoje, tá? Falando rápido, né, gente? Correndo acelerado. Mas, bom, bora lá. Como eu disse pra vocês, hoje a gente não vai trabalhar com flores, hoje a gente não vai trabalhar com flores secas, hoje a gente vai trabalhar com folhas, porque eu acho que é uma tendência muito bacana que tá vindo por aí e é claro que a gente tinha que trazer aqui com exclusividade pra vocês. É a primeira vez que eu tô fazendo essa box de folhas e balões, porque normalmente a gente faz de outras formas, mas a gente queria trazer algo novo pra vocês e eu espero que vocês gostem. Bom, aqui eu tenho eucalipto desidratado, tá? Eu não comprei ele desidratado, eu mesmo desidratei. E como que a gente faz isso? A gente compra ele naturalzinho lá, né, os galinhos, coloca dentro da água e todo dia vai trocando a água. Quando você perceber, você vê que ele tá mais durinho, significa dizer que você tá no caminho certo. Mas se você quiser usar o eucalipto natural sem estar desidratado, não tem problema, você pode usar também, tá? E aí, o que eu vou fazer com o meu eucalipto? Eu sempre vou cortar assim na diagonal, gente, pra facilitar entrar aqui dentro da minha esponja e absorver mais água, tá? Então, eu vou colocar assim, ó. Vou botar alguns por enquanto aqui, já estão cortadinhos na diagonal. Eu só vou encaixando aqui. O que não tá na diagonal, a gente já vai lá e corta e encaixa aqui. Vamos lá, eu vou fazer uma base mais ou menos aqui, ó, de eucalipto, tá? Pra colocar assim, depois vocês vão entender como que tá ficando isso. Ó, eu tô só encaixando, todos já estão cortadinhos aqui na diagonal. E é isso. Ó, esse foi o resultado. Eu só deixei essa partezinha aqui um pouco sem ter nada na frente, pra que não cubra a visão do meu arranjo, tá? Eu tô fazendo de costas pra poder enxergar o que eu tô fazendo, mas eu vou estar sempre virando pra vocês. Bom, já usei o meu eucalipto e agora o que eu vou fazer é colocar os balões. Então eu não vou trabalhar com flores. Hoje a estrela principal da minha balloon box são os balões, como seriam já do bubble, né? Mas aqui embaixo também vai ter bastante balão. E eu vou fazer uma cor que tá muito procurada, todo mundo procura, que é essa cor eucalipto, tá? Então eu costumo usar o balão Pearl Lime Green, olha o inglês da pessoa aí, Pearl Lime Green com mocha brown dentro, tá? Então ó, aqui a gente tem um Pearl Lime Green e aqui o mocha. E aqui eu vou usar o blush também com mocha, tá certo? Mocha e blush, Pearl Lime Green e blush, opa, e mocha. Entendeu, né? E aí eu vou fazer aqui, ó, gente. Vou inflar aqui um pouquinho o meu balão. Repara que quando eu inflo o balão, ele fica com essa parte mais escura. Então, o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou trazer todo o excesso de látex aqui pra baixo. Então, essa parte escura, ela desce, ela não fica em cima, ela desce. E ele fica com essa cor maravilhosa. Mas, eu ainda acho que ela não tá com a cor que eu quero. E a gente vai fazer uma próxima mágica. Ó, tô dando um nozinho aqui. Dei um nozinho aqui nos dois, vou afastar isso aqui, tá? Ó, eu ainda acho que ele não tá com a cor que eu quero. Então, o que eu vou fazer aqui? Aqui, gente, eu fiz uma misturinha de tintas, tá? Eu misturei o verde com o marrom, com o amarelo, com o caramelo, com várias cores, cinza, pra dar esse tom do eucalipto. Eu não quero pintar o meu balão, eu quero dar um aspecto de marmorizado nele. Então eu vou vir aqui com a tinta que eu fiz, misturei vários tons até chegar nesse que eu achei bacana. Isso, pra quem tá perguntando aí agora, eu leio pensamentos. Quem tá perguntando aí agora, Grace, que tinta é essa? Gente, pode ser tinta de PVA ou tinta acrílica, tinta pra tecido, da forma como você quiser. Eu só não gosto de usar guache porque ela sai com facilidade. Mas tinta PVA e tinta de tecido são maravilhosas. Bom, eu vou tirar aqui o excesso, ó, e vou dar só umas pinceladas aqui. Como eu disse pra vocês, eu não quero que ele fique completamente pintado. É só pra dar um charme, é só pra dar um toque, tá? Ó que cor linda, que cor maravilhosa. Eu vou deixar aqui no cantinho reservado, tá? Pra secar e vou inflar os meus próximos balões em tamanhos diferentes. Aquele lá tá um pouquinho maior, eu vou fazer esse aqui um pouquinho menor. Sempre lembrando de trazer o excesso de látex aqui pra baixo, pra que a gente fique com essa cor maravilhosa. Lembrando, a cor de novo é Pearl Lime Green com Mocha Brown dentro, tá, gente? E aqui eu vou vir de novo, ó, tirar o excesso da tinta e dar uma pincelada. Nada muito, só mesmo pra deixar essa corzinha incrível aqui, tá? Vou pôr aqui do lado pra ir secando e enquanto isso eu vou inflar os outros aqui. Tá? Eu não quis deixar nada pronto antes para que vocês entendessem o tanto que é rápido a secagem desse balão e o tanto que é fácil, tá? Ó, eu vou vir aqui, vou medir mais ou menos aqui o tamanho, fazer outra menorzinha, trazer o excesso de látex todo para baixo, dar um nó nos dois balões e venho aqui de novo com a minha tinta e dou uma pinceladinha aqui, ó. Nada muito. Gente, olha que cor. Maravilhoso, né? Mais uma, pra finalizar, essa vai ser a menorzinha de todas, ó, tá? De novo, traz o látex aqui pra baixo, dá um nozinho bem apertadinho e vamos com a nossa tinta aqui. Ó, como ela fica bem próxima da cor do eucalipto, gente. Bem bonito, bem bacana. Pronto, pintamos os 4 balõezinhos. Eu vou fechar aqui minha tinta, porque senão seca. Tá? Terminou de usar o pincel, gente, coloca imediatamente na água para que ele não endureça e você perca os pincéis, tá certo? Agora eu vou inflar o meu balão blush com mocha dentro, tá? Esses aqui a gente vai fazer assim mais ou menos pequenininho também. Ó, pequenininho. E outro menorzinho ainda. O mesmo processo, a única coisa que a gente não vai fazer aqui é pintar, mas eu preciso trazer o excesso de látex aqui pra trás, tá? Deixa eu pegar aqui o outro balãozinho. Prontinho. Bom, gente, o que nós vamos fazer agora? Agora a gente vai encaixar esses balões que a gente pintou dentro da nossa box, porque ela vai dar o volume que a gente precisa pra depois a gente fazer um acabamento final na parte de baixo, tá? E o que eu vou precisar? Existem 2 maneiras de fazer esse processo. Uma delas é com palitinho de churrasco, tá? Ou se você não se adaptar com fazer com palitinho de churrasco, você pode fazer com, pega vareta de topinho de bolo, por exemplo, tá? Então o que eu vou fazer? Vou trazer minha box pra cá, vou pegar os meus balões, ó, já devem estar mais ou menos aqui sequinhos. Aqui ele tem assim uma pontinha, tá? Então o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou pegar esse balão, vocês estão vendo que ele tá aqui, ó, eu vou pegar esse balão e furar bem próximo do nó, pronto. Eu furei próximo do nó, eu vou vir aqui, cortar a pontinha, não é necessário, mas toda vida que eu faço isso, todo mundo, meu Deus, não fura o balão, então assim, por segurança a gente vem aqui e corta, ó, ele fica melhorzinho e eu vou usar, ai meu Deus, eu esqueci, pega ali atrás pra mim, por favor, é o, ah, tá aqui, bem na minha cara. Isso aqui, gente, é uma fita de floral, tá? Ela é uma fitinha assim de floral, deixa eu mostrar mais de perto pra vocês. É uma fita de floral, é comprado em floriculturas específicas. E por que eu uso ela e não durex? Porque ela é maleável e ela é como se fosse uma massinha, né? Ela se molda. Então eu venho aqui, ó, vou girando, além do que é verdinha, né? Vai dar um acabamento maravilhoso. Eu vou girando, 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 girando para um lado, girando. Quem não é do Brasil não sabe que música é essa que eu tô cantando. É esse momento que a gente faz quen, 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 quen. Ó, ele fica com esse acabamento, eu só faço dar uma amassadinha assim, então fica completamente seguro. Eu venho aqui e corto o excesso do látex, tá certo? Bom, eu já fiz isso aqui, agora eu vou cortar o meu palitinho, porque eu não preciso dessa parte. Prontinho, eu venho aqui no meu palitinho e vou encaixar aqui onde eu acho que vai ficar bacana, tá, gente? Ó, só encaixar empurrando assim, certo? Eu vou vir fazer esse processo em todos os meus balões. Eu já fiz aqui em alguns, ó. Eu já fiz aqui em alguns, eu já vou colocando aqui. A única coisa que eu não fiz foi colocar a fitinha. É simples, ó. Você gira, gira, gira e depois amassa a fitinha toda. Ela fica com esse acabamento aqui, tá, gente? Vou vir aqui e encaixar esse aqui. Quanto mais diferença de tamanho tiverem os balões, mais bonito vai ficar o seu arranjo. Certo? Ó, já tá todo feitinho aqui. Esse aqui já está, inclusive, cortadinho também. Pode ser um mais alto, um mais baixinho, não tem problema. Agora eu vou pegar aqui o grandinho que nós fizemos. Encaixar aqui a pontinha. Cortar aqui o excesso. E passar aqui a nossa fita floral. Pode ser durex? Pode ser durex. Gente, você pode utilizar o que você tiver aí, tá? Se adaptar com o que você tem, até você achar a melhor solução pra você. Sempre corta. Às vezes é um pouquinho difícil de cortar. Essa é a única grande que a gente usa, porque ela é aquela que serve para dar o volume que a gente precisa. Então, a gente vem aqui e encaixa. Ó, depois eu virei pra vocês conseguirem dar uma olhadinha, tá? E aí a gente vai encaixando aqui onde a gente acha que tem que ser. De novo, pra quem não viu. Essa aqui ainda tá um pouquinho molhada porque foi a última. Deixa eu pegar essa aqui, pronto. Ó, pra quem não viu, aqui tem uma pontinha. Eu vou encaixar essa pontinha bem no meio, próximo ao nó. Empurro. Corto aqui o excesso e pego um pedacinho de esponja floral. Enquanto isso, eu quero que vocês me digam o que vocês estão achando, vocês estão curtindo. Já tinha visto essa técnica, algumas pessoas que devem estar aqui já viram essa técnica, porque a gente já deu uma aula ensinando a botar o palitinho no balão, mas quem ainda não conhecia essa técnica, fala comigo, bebê, né? Tipo Gustavo Lima. Olha só, gente, tá? Esse é o resultado que eu preciso. Eu vou vir aqui e cortar. Eu também não quero que tenha 1 milhão de balões, porque afinal de contas precisa ainda ter folhas pra ficar bonito, tá? Então quando eu achar que já deu, a gente dá uma paradinha, ó. Esse aqui já tá todo prontinho, eu vou encaixar aqui. Não se preocupem, tá ficando buraco, Grace, não se preocupem. A gente vai esconder tudo, esse aqui vai ficar maravilhoso. Todos esses buracos são proposital, porque a gente vai fazer com folhagem pra cobrir e esconder esse acabamento. Bom, por enquanto eu não, acho que eu vou botar só mais uma aqui. Mas também vocês não precisam se preocupar, porque se vocês acharem no final que precisa adicionar, vem aqui e adiciona, tá bom? Ó, encaixa aqui, corta o excesso, é sempre a mesma coisa. Eu gosto de ficar repetindo pra entrar na cabeça de vocês e nunca mais vocês esquecerem. Sempre que vocês estiverem fazendo isso aqui, vocês lembrarem de mim, com amor, viu, gente? Ó, vamos aqui, vamos cortar. Corta aqui e tudo bem. Finalizamos. Vamos lá, vamos lá. Vamos encaixar esse aqui pra fazer assim uma coisa meio orgânica mesmo. Ai, que lindo! Bom, por enquanto eu não vou usar esses aqui, tá? Aqui eu já tenho a minha box rústica, aqui eu já tenho o eucalipto desidratado e aqui eu tenho os balões que a gente customizou. Primeiro porque a gente fez um double stuff, então isso é um tipo de customização. Segundo porque a gente pintou esse balão para ele ficar com essa cor maravilhosa. E aí a gente tem uma segunda customização. E agora a gente vai usar essas folhagens aqui, que ela tem micro plantinhas, né? Florzinhas. Eu não sei o nome dessa, mas você pode usar qualquer uma, tá? Eu gosto dessa porque ela parece lavanda, sabe? Aquelas coisas que tem pastos assim. E eu acho ela super bonita. Bom, E aí, o que que eu vou fazer? Eu vou desmembrar, juntar assim elas todas juntinhas. Quanto mais juntinhas elas ficarem, gente, mais bonito fica. Vou cortar aqui o excesso, deixando assim, tá? E vou encaixar aonde tem buraquinhos, pra que você sinta, é importante você sentir isso daqui entrando dentro da esponja, tá? Porque significa dizer que realmente vai ficar preso. Então, a gente vem aqui, ó, e encaixa, sente que ela tá entrando dentro da esponja. Onde tiver buraquinho, a gente vai colocar isso aqui. Agora eu lembrei daquela música das Chiquititas. Se seu coração tem buraquinhos. Quem aí lembra das Chiquititas? Grace, você tá pro mundo, mulher. Abre a cabeça, não é só mais no Brasil, né? A galera que não é do Brasil deve dizer, que louca. Mas é, gente, né, a vida. Ó, vamos cortando aqui. Por que que eu tô cortando? Porque quanto maior eu deixo, mais difícil é entrar, porque isso aqui é fininho. Então, às vezes, ele pode partir. E se eu deixo ele mais curtinho, ele fica mais resistente. Então, não deixa muito grande, porque na hora que você estiver enfiando dentro da esponja floral, pode quebrar, tá? Tô falando rápido, galera. Não, eu falo devagar. Fala rápido, né? Tem jeito. Bom, vamos encaixando aqui. Importante lembrar de encaixar mesmo no floral pra ficar seguro, porque afinal de contas isso vai ter um transporte. E a pessoa que vai levar não pode ficar com essa dor de cabeça de ter que ficar consertando o trabalho que você fez na loja, né? Ó, quanto mais você encaixa, quanto mais você coloca, mais bonitinho fica e mais bem acabado. Ó, vou virando aqui pra ir vendo os buraquinhos. Gente, eu acho que folhas e balões vão ser tendência esse ano. E eu já tô lançando aqui com vocês. Quero ver todo mundo fazendo, viu? Todo mundo. Vamos aqui onde precisa. Ó, a gente encaixa, empurra, até encaixar mesmo. Aqui na frente a gente ainda tem alguns buraquinhos. Vou cortar aqui esse excesso. Encaixando. Não pode deixar buraco à mostra. Tem que ficar todos bem encaixadinhos. Às vezes tem um som mais alto, você vem aqui e corta, ó. E encaixa aqui. Pra não ficar também tão alto, senão fica feio, né? Encaixar aqui, empurrar bem pra entrar na nossa esponja. E a gente tá quase finalizando a parte de baixo da nossa box. Só preciso esconder todos os detalhezinhos aqui pra ficar bem bonito e não ficar nada aparente. Se você achar que deve colocar mais eucalipto, você vem aqui e corta na diagonal, ó, e encaixa também o eucalipto encaixando dentro do floral mesmo, tá, gente? Ó, ó que lindo, que maravilhoso que tá isso. Só isso já tá incrível, né? E aí você pode usar a sua criatividade. Sobraram 3 balãozinhos aqui, ó. Você pode juntar os 3 assim e depois vir aqui e colocar... Ah, eu acho até que eu gostei. E colocar assim, ó, como se ele estivesse derramando na box. Mas a gente faz isso quando a gente... Eu vou fazer agora. Vou juntar aqui os 3, ó. Fazer aqui um clusterzinho, um triozinho. Vou juntar aqui meus 3 balãozinhos. Pode pegar a cola pra mim, por favor, cola quente. Não tava na programação fazer isso, mas eu acho que vai ficar bonito.
Não, eu acho que você consegue passar pela
Ah, é verdade, André, deu uma excelente ideia. Gente, pra quem não sabe, o André tá ali atrás, na filmagem com a gente. Deixa eu ver qual que é a frente, pra poder dizer aqui pra vocês como que a gente pode fazer isso. Ó, o André deu essa ideia de pegar esse pedacinho aqui do pescoço e encaixar. Ó, encaixa, porque aqui tem uma voltinha, né? Dá pra ver aí? E encaixar aqui. Eu vou virar aqui pra frente, gente, pra eu ver o que que eu tô fazendo, tá? Qual que é a frente? É essa. Assim. Bom, ó, eu vou tentar mostrar aqui pra vocês. Eu vou encaixar aqui com a ajuda de um palitinho do lado contrário, pra poder não furar, tá? Porque o outro lado é pontudinho. Vou tentar pegar. Mesmo assim furou. Não sei se vai dar, não. Será que vai?
A tesoura vai.
A tesoura? Vamos ver aqui. É porque
Não, por cima que é mais fácil, né?
por cima. Pronto, vou encaixar aqui. Aí a gente só desce com esse aqui. Não é isso? Aí, viu? Quem tem cabeça é outra coisa. Por cima é mais fácil, gente. Isso não tava na programação. Bom, eu venho aqui, ó, e passo esse balãozinho. Deixa eu ver como é que tá aqui pra poder mostrar pra vocês. Encaixar aqui. Olha, vou te falar, vou só encaixar. Eu gostei muito, hein? Ó que bacana. Lindo, lindo, lindo. A gente criou junto aqui, ó. Eu e você e eu. Entendeu? Assim funciona, a gente vai fazendo, vai adaptando. E é legal deixar a criatividade fluir, né, gente? Ó, bom, deixa eu tirar isso aqui que tá me incomodando. Porque eu já usei, já fiz tudo que eu tinha de fazer de bagunça de meladeira, né? Então eu já fiz. E agora eu vou fazer a parte de cima da minha box. Deixa eu ver como é que ele tá. Ah, ó, um pequeno detalhe. Aqui tem as sobrinhas dos balões que a gente não cortou. É importante cortar pra não ficar aparecendo esses detalhes, tá? Então vem aqui, ó, com cuidado e corta, tá bom? Pra não aparecer, é bem importante. Ó, eu vou pegar esse matinho que tá aqui na frente e juntar aqui pra esconder os buraquinhos. Aí, adorei. Essa é a frente da nossa box. E aí, o que a gente vai fazer agora? Agora a gente vai fazer a parte de cima. A gente precisa linkar a parte de cima com o que tá aqui, porque a gente precisa contar uma história, né? Imagina só que eu só coloquei aqui embaixo o verde eucalipto, coloquei o blush, coloquei os eucaliptos e esses matinhos aqui, e em cima eu venho aqui com, por exemplo, um vermelho. Pode ser que tenha quem goste, mas assim, não vai ficar harmônico. Você vai olhar e vai dizer, meu Deus, tem alguma coisa esquisita. Então a gente precisa ter uma harmonia aqui, e para isso a gente vai linkar o que tem embaixo com a parte de cima. Eu vou precisar de um bubble de 24 polegadas, porque essa box, ela é um pouco maior. Você pega pra mim, por favor? Essa box, ela é um pouco maior, ela não é tão pequenininha, né? E aí o bubble de 24, ela vai ficar mais imponente. Então eu peguei um bubble de 24 liso, tá? Ó, o André já tinha amarrado aqui pra mim, eu vou só tirar o fitilho, porque eu não preciso dele. E o excesso do 260. Importante amarrar o 260, gente, com um balãozinho transparente, né? Porque na hora que você colocar o laço, ele não fica perceptível. E isso é super importante. Você me ajuda aqui, por favor, segurando? Bom, o que eu vou fazer agora? Não, primeiro eu vou personalizar. Ó, vamos lá. Eu vou deixar aqui de ladinho pra que a gente consiga ver o que eu tô fazendo, tá? Máscara de transferência, todo mundo já conhece, não é isso? E aí eu vou colocar meu balãozinho aqui, ó. Eu vou homenagear hoje a nossa convenção, é claro, né? Então eu vou pegar aqui um Q de Corn. Ó, vou pegar aqui minha espátulazinha, tá? Também vou usar as personalizações de acordo com o que eu tô fazendo na minha box, pra ficar bem bonito e harmônico. Eu acabei pegando dois aqui, prontinho. Gente, como que eu personalizo? Ó, eu costumo pegar aqui o bubble, ele tem essa tirinha de um lado e essa costurinha do outro, né? Duas costuras. Então isso aqui significa dizer que eu tô segurando o meio do meu bubble. E como que eu sei se vai ficar mais em cima ou mais embaixo a minha personalização? Eu seguro ele como se estivesse no fitilho. Eu olho que isso aqui é o centro e aqui nas laterais. Dessa forma não existe possibilidade de ficar torto. Tô sempre segurando aqui na costura. Bom, eu vou pegar aqui o meu Q com a ajuda da espátula. Vou colocar bem no centro. Quando a palavra ela é grande, acontece isso que eu vou mostrar aqui pra vocês agora. Acaba que no final ela dá uma enrugadinha, mas não se assustem. Chega aqui, ó, faz o que você tem que fazer. Pode tirar, mesmo ela tendo ficado assim, tá? Por que você vai fazer aqui? Eu vou vir aqui com a tesoura, ó, vou colocar um lado e vou pôr por cima, simples assim. Então, quando é muito grande, às vezes dá esse trabalhinho e fica um pouco enrugado. A gente vem e faz isso. Coloquei o meu Q aqui, ó, coloquei o meu Q aonde eu precisava. Agora, eu vou colocar o corner. Essa personalização dessa forma fica super bacana, que é a palavra, né, a inicial da palavra de uma cor e a outra de outra. Então, vou usar o marrom com verde. Ó, peguei aqui e vou fazer o mesmo esquema aqui, ó. Segurar de um lado e do outro, me certificar que tá no meio e colocar a palavra corner. Com a ajuda da espátula. Ó, que bonito que ficou a nossa personalização. Bem centralizadinha, tudo como tem que ser, tá? Prontinho. E agora o que eu vou fazer? Eu preciso colocar esses tons aqui também. Então eu vou pegar a minha tinta. Deixa eu tirar isso aqui daqui porque eu não vou mais usar. Você segura aqui pra mim, por favor. Agora eu preciso do auxílio de um paninho. Deixa o André segurar aqui pra mim. Ó, eu sempre tenho esses paninhos aqui na loja. Vou abrir aqui a tinta. Lembra que eu tinha colocado aqui na água o meu pincel pra não endurecer? Então eu venho aqui agora com o meu paninho pra pegar a minha tinta. O que eu vou fazer, gente? Ó, eu venho aqui com a tinta. Também vou colocar aqui e eu vou dar apenas umas pinceladas, ó. Sem muita simetria, sem muita, tá? Eu quero somente assim umas... Ó, demais, tá? Reparem que eu tô puxando, não tô usando mais tinta. Eu tô puxando a tinta que ainda tem por aqui, ó. Certo? Agora eu venho aqui do outro lado. E se precisar, a gente põe mais um pouquinho. Mas não precisa colocar tanta tinta, até pra secar rápido, tá? Vamos ver aqui o que a gente... Sempre numa direção só, nunca vai e volta. Sempre na mesma direção. Deixa eu ver como é que tá ficando. Opa, opa. Deixa eu virar ele assim, botar aqui um pouquinho de tinta. Que eu posso finalizar aqui esse lado. É algo pra ficar assimétrico, então vocês não precisam se preocupar, tá, gente? É legal quando fica assimétrico mesmo. Fica super bonito. Fiz isso de um lado e também vou fazer do outro. Começa sempre pelo meio e vai trazendo a tinta em alguns pontos mais alto do que o outro, tá? Põe aqui a tinta. Esse verde foi uma mistura de cores que eu fiz. Foi o verde escuro, com cinza, com caramelo, com várias cores, até chegar na cor que eu realmente queria. Então, você também pode fazer esse teste aí na sua loja, na sua casa, no seu ateliê, sem problema. Ok? Fiz de um lado, fiz do outro. E aí, eu vou pegar um outro pincel... Segura pra mim aqui, por favor. E vou usar essa tinta, que ela é bem próxima da cor blush, tá? Ó, vou colocar aqui dentro. Não precisa de muito, só mesmo pra dar um toque. Obrigada. E aí, eu vou colocar o meu bubble aqui assim, ó. Aqui, gente, vou tirar um excesso aqui. Aqui eu não vou fazer muita coisa, é só mesmo pra dar uma linkada com o que a gente fez ali embaixo, tá? Ó. Só pra dar uma leve nessa corzinha aqui. A gente faz isso também desse lado. Vocês estão conseguindo ver aí? Sim! A louca falando sozinha, né? Pronto. Vou colocar meu pincelzinho aqui, fechar as minhas tintas. E eu quero que vocês me digam o que vocês estão achando. Tô enrolando vocês, que é pra secar aqui o bubble, tá? Tática. Eu vou pedir o André pra segurar pra gente não parar. Segura pra mim, por favor. Daqui a pouco eu mostro mais de pertinho pra vocês. Vou limpar aqui, ó. Eu sempre aconselho usar avental. Eu mancho todas as minhas roupas e as minhas fardas, gente. Vocês não fazem ideia do quanto que eu mancho as coisas aqui. Bom, como a gente começou rústico, a gente precisa terminar rústico. Existem essas fitas, que são as fitas de organza, mas na minha opinião, essas fitas elas são mais chiques. Eu acho que foge um pouco da essência de uma box rústica se eu usar esse tipo de fita, tá? Eu trouxe ela só pra vocês verem. Esse não é o tipo de fita que eu usaria pra minha box rústica. Pra minha box rústica, eu posso usar barbante, até porque combina super aqui com a box mesmo, né? Ou eu posso usar ráfia, que é essa fita, que ela é tipo uma fita de plástico misturado com papel, é ráfia é o nome. E ela é super bacana, tem vários tons e também fica super rústico. O que eu vou fazer aqui? Eu vou ver a minha frente da box, que é exatamente essa aqui, ó. E vou colocar duplo assim na lateral, porque isso vai ser o que vai sustentar o nosso bubble, tá? Ó, deixa eu virar aqui para que vocês possam ver. Passo por aqui, por esse meiozinho aqui. E venho aqui, dou um nozinho. Deixa eu ver aqui. Tá dando pra ver aí? Venho aqui e dou um nozinho. Como ela é rústica, eu não preciso fazer laço. O nó vai ficar bonito, porque ele é rústico. Se não fosse rústica, a gente vinha aqui e fazia um laço bem bonito, tá? Então, eu vou deixar assim só com um nozinho. E vou sobrar aqui um pedacinho, mais ou menos assim, desse lado. E vou fazer a mesma coisa do outro lado. Sempre duplo, tá, gente? Pra ficar super seguro. Deixa eu me certificar que tá na mesma direção. Pra não ficar torto, passa por aqui e dá um nozinho. Ó, tá dando pra ver aí? Venho aqui e dou um nozinho. Opa. 1, 2. Pronto. Agora eu vou medir com esse lado aqui e cortar do mesmo tamanho. As duas aqui mais ou menos do mesmo tamanhozinho, tá? Depois eu venho aqui e faço... Já secou aí o nosso balão? Me empresta aí, por favor? Ó, e agora o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou pegar aqui o meu bubble, que já tá praticamente seco, e vou... Segura aqui de novo. E vou... aqui com a minha amiga Balloon Bond, porque vocês sabem que eu não consigo viver sem, né? Ela realmente é fundamental para que a Balloon Box seja bem resistente. Então, a gente vai pegar um pedacinho de Balloon Bond. Deixa eu medir aqui o bubble. Eu vou vir aqui, ó, obrigada. E vou medir aqui a altura. Essa altura tá perfeita, pode tirar. Já vi que a altura tá certinha, então o que eu vou fazer? O pedacinho de fita que eu tirei aqui da Balloon Bond, ó, eu vou vir aqui, esticar bem e colocar assim, tá? Ó, prontinho. Eu fiz isso e agora eu já vou prender de um lado. Agora pode soltar, pode soltar. Ó, da mesma forma que eu coloquei a personalização pra não ficar torta, eu vou também utilizar a costura pra me dar um norte, certo? Então eu venho aqui e coloco de um lado. Solto devagarzinho assim, não tem problema. E a gente vai fazer no outro. No início eu fazia isso com a ajuda de uma outra pessoa. Hoje eu já faço sozinha. É que aqui eu não tô na minha área de trabalho. Mas se eu tô lá na parte de trabalho, eu simplesmente solto o balão no teto, ninguém precisa estar segurando. E eu faço esse trabalho sozinha muito rapidamente, tá? A gente tá conversando, tá parando, então acaba demorando. Mas a Balloon Box é uma coisa que normalmente em 30 minutos, já com flores, já decidindo tudo, a gente finaliza. Ó, o mesmo processo, peguei o pedacinho de Balloon Bond e vou colocar. Fiz isso de um lado, agora eu vou fazer aqui do outro, sempre na costura e na mesma altura para que não fique torto. Se ficar torto, não tem problema, tá, gente? A gente consegue tirar e arrumar. Mas olha que coisa mais linda, já tá antes de finalizar o acabamento. Olha isso, tá dando pra ver todo?
Não.
Deixa eu vir trazer pra cá. E agora?
Agora tá.
Tá dando pra ver todo? A gente vai finalizar aqui os acabamentos, pra vocês conseguirem ver o tanto que essa box tá incrível. Vamos lá, ó. O que eu vou fazer? Eu preciso dar um acabamento, tá dando pra mostrar isso aqui? Eu preciso dar um acabamento pra cá, da mesma cor. Então, eu venho aqui, ó, e aqui sim eu tenho que fazer um laço, não tem muito o que fazer. Esse laço é aquele laço básico que a gente já fez algumas vezes, mas eu vou mostrar de novo. Eu vou pegar o meu dedo indicador e o polegar, vou girar uma vez, desculpa. Vou girar uma vez aqui, ó, no indicador, tá? Então, tá assim. Isso é o que eu defino o tamanho do meu laço. Então, eu venho aqui e defini o tamanho do laço, tá? Vou passar por cima, trago por baixo e por cima de novo e puxo. Então, você pode fazer isso com qualquer laço, ó. Ele vai ficar assim, certo? Corta aqui um excesso de um ladinho e corta aqui do outro. Pronto. Vou pegar aqui mais um pedacinho de Balloon Bond. Aqui também. Vou pegar um pedacinho de Balloon Bond. Gente, o Balloon Bond é super seguro. Vocês não precisam ter medo. Isso aqui funciona. Eu vendo muita Balloon Box por dia e graças a Deus eu nunca tive problema. Ó, venho aqui e encaixa pra ficar com acabamento. Isso de um lado. E agora a gente também vai fazer do outro lado. Então, eu já tentei fazer com outras coisas que não fosse balloon box, não é legal. Então, balloon box realmente é algo... desculpa, balloon bond é algo essencial pra fazer a balloon box. Corto de um lado, corto do outro. Um pedacinho pequeno de balloon bond. E a gente põe aqui pra também dar acabamento desse lado aqui, ó. Tá? Venho aqui e encaixo. Pega um cartãozinho pra mim, por favor. E aí, o que que eu vou fazer? Agora, eu vou fazer um laço pra cá. Esse laço, ele pode ser dessa cor que tá aqui, junto com essa outra que eu acho que fica bacana. Então, eu vou juntar esses dois aqui, ó. Deixa eu afastar aqui um pouquinho pra que vocês possam ver. Eu vou juntar esses dois aqui e vou fazer assim, ó. Assim, esse laço é um pouco mais diferente. E eu vou dar esse acabamento 3 vezes, porque também não pode usar tanto peso, né? Porque está com gás hélio. Mas isso aqui ele suporta. Então, venho aqui, corto. E, ó, esse aqui. Passo um pedacinho aqui no meio. Tá? Gente, o laço pode ser do jeitinho que vocês quiserem. Certo? Ó. Puxei aqui no meio. Eu vou fazer de novo com calma para que vocês consigam ver. Olha que laço lindo. Eu adoro esse laço de ráfia. Eu adoro esse laço. Ó, que bacana, que bonito esse laço. E aqui eu vou ter exatamente as duas cores. De novo, para que vocês consigam ver, certo? Eu deixo um pedacinho sobrando pra baixo, mais ou menos assim. E aí, eu vou fazer um lacinho de um lado e do outro. E eu tô segurando aqui no meio. E eu vou continuar fazendo isso quantas vezes eu quiser, ó. De um lado e do outro, tá? E você pode fazer quantas voltinhas você quiser. Vem aqui, corta o excesso, tira mais um pedacinho, que é o que você vai passar aqui pelo meio, e vai dar um nozinho. Ó. Simplesmente vai vir aqui e dar um nozinho. Você vem aqui, dá mais um pra ficar seguro, corta esse excesso, porque você não vai precisar, e você tem um laço maravilhoso de ráfia, prontinho, nas duas cores da sua box. Bom, ó, vou cortar aqui esse excessozinho, de nó, trazer o nó pra trás, e ó que lindo esse laço. E aí, eu vou precisar do balloon bond de novo, aqui. O maior, o laço maior, eu vou colocar na frente, porque ele tá mais cheio, mais imponente. Vou só cortar aqui o excesso, que eu não tinha cortado antes. E o laço mais fininho eu vou colocar atrás, porque tem que ter acabamento atrás, tá, gente? Não bota laço só na frente, não. Ó, um pedacinho de balloon bond, venho aqui, coloquei já, e aí eu vou encaixar aqui, ó. Exatamente aqui aonde tá o meu 260. Eu vou cortar esse excesso aqui, porque aqui ficou muito. Ó. E esse outro que tá menorzinho e também vou cortar aqui esse excesso. Mais um pedacinho de balloon bond. Encaixe aqui, ó. E aí, a gente vai encaixar aqui atrás. O que a gente fez na frente, a gente vem e faz atrás. Deixa eu ver como é que ficou. Lindo, lindo, lindo. Ó, dá pra perceber aí, eu não sei se vocês estão conseguindo ver na imagem. Aqui ficou um pedacinho do bubble. Eu venho aqui, só depois que eu encaixo o laço, e corto, porque esse pedacinho fica visível e fica feio, tá? E aí, gente, eu venho aqui... Isso aqui é a alma do meu negócio, né? Uma propaganda gratuita. Então, é importante a gente sempre lembrar de colocar o nosso cartãozinho com telefone, tudo isso atrás. E como que eu boto esse cartãozinho? Ele é um cartão pequeno, não é um cartão grande, tá, gente? Ele é um cartão pequeno. Eu venho aqui com um pedacinho de balloon bond. Encaixo aqui, ó. E ponho aqui na fitinha. Então, quem receber esse presente maravilhoso vai saber que foi um presente da loja de balões. Que é super bacana, né? E você pode usar a sua criatividade. Pega o shine pra mim, por favor. E você pode usar a sua criatividade. Você pode fazer da forma como você achar que vai ficar bacana. Tanto na personalização, quanto nas cores. Olha que lindo, gente, que ficou. Como o jeitinho que vocês quiserem. Eu vou mandar uma foto para o pessoal postar aí para que vocês possam ver. Eu espero que vocês tenham gostado, eu espero que vocês possam vender muito e nesse momento de pandemia vocês consigam levar o negócio de vocês para frente, assim como a gente está levando o nosso. E eu desejo muito, 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 muito sucesso para vocês. E agradeço muito a paciência, a presença de vocês aqui com a gente hoje, tá bom? Muito obrigada e até a próxima, se Deus quiser. Beijo grande!
Good morning, everybody. I hope you liked that little opener. My name's Matt Lewis, and I'm here with you today on March the 23rd, 2021, to talk to you about balloon drops. Now, I would really love to be out in the field doing this. I want to be at venues, but obviously there's a little bit of a crisis going on. You might have heard of it. So all our venues are shut down. Everything is sort of like on hold. There is light at the end of the tunnel. 21st of June would be given a deadline to sort of like get back to some sort of normality. So a little bit about me. I've been in industry 33 years now, and it's been a roller coaster, but it's been an enjoyable roller coaster. And this is my first time teaching on the Q convention. So thank you, qualatex, for accepting me. Thank you to our excuse me. Thank you to our hosts, Dom and Keith, for putting this all together. Two people I really want to thank are Stuart Davis and Mike Harris, who have really helped me get through this tough time. It's been quite emotional. So today is about balloon drops. Now, it's not going to be just about me talking. It's going to be about me showing you videos and giving you hints and tips. We'll be covering stitching, we'll be covering rigging, and more importantly, we're going to be covering RAMS, which is risk assessment method statement. That's the health and safety side. Before we move on, I just want to just go over to another clip. Now, this is from the Hollywood Vampires UK tour back in 2018. We toured with them, and we were very honoured to be able to do the balloon drops on the last song of every show. It was only 300 balloons. But it was amazing. Now, when you look at the video, if you look in the right hand corner of your screen, you will see a little white light moving around. That's me. Okay, I'm not waving to you. When we go into these rigs, we wear gloves because we're pulling the cords quite quick. Our gloves have little LED lights in the palms here. That gives us a bit more light when we're up there because it is quite dark. It's very noisy and it's very warm. So I'm going to talk to you also about communicating with the front of house people when you do these drops and what you expect. So let's just quickly go to the video. It's only about 15 seconds, but you'll see the overall scale of these drops. So enjoy it, and I'll be back soon. It wasn't a massive video clip because we have to rely on what people get for us. So, you know, that was a very short clip. But can you see the scale we're up against? These are big arenas. I think that one seats 22,000 people. All rock fans like me. So it's a great privilege to do these jobs. But can you see why I use these bad boys? They are absolutely brilliant. They're my chosen balloon for balloon drops. Number one, they're perfectly spherical. Okay, I very rarely lose a balloon when inflating. Number two, they are so tough when they need to be. So the effect lasts much, much longer. And number three, they're so kind to your hands when you're tying them, because you know no one wants blisters. I can tie those all day long, no blisters. The necks are really, really long and tough. Okay, so you know that's number one priority. Now, obviously, you've seen from the video we're up there, 39 meters above the arena. How do we know when to do the drop? Well, there's two ways of doing this. Number one is a comms. So when you're in the rig, you'll have a headset on with a microphone and a receiver that you can press to talk. That's our communication with front of house.
It's 1 hour.
Front of house is at the back of the arena. It's the audio and the lighting controls and the AV. And you'll have a show caller there that you speak to on the comms. Okay, so there's a good line of communication with us. The second line of communication is a visual communication. Now we're going to cut to another video in the moment, and this one is for Alice Cooper, and it was the Halloween tour in 2019. I did quite a few drops leading up to the end of 2019, and you're going to see the Alice Cooper one now. Now this was a visual cue. The cue was when a few members of the crew arrived on stage and threw out some large chloroprenes which we supplied for them. They were printed with the $1 Million Baby on. They threw those out over the audience, and that's when the drop was activated. As the camera pans round, you are going to see the black tubes in the ceiling, you're going to see the balloons coming down, and you're going to see the stitching slowly unravel. Okay, and that's what I'm going to talk about you next. I'm going to introduce you to why I do chain stitching, and I'm going to show you how we stop that chain stitching from coming undone when it's above the crowd. You're not going to believe it, but it's fun and it works every single time, because I don't believe drops should ever fail. You don't get a second chance with a drop. I'm going to show you my tried and tested method. Okay, it's probably used everywhere, but I'm going to show you how it's done, and I'm going to show you here how we get that done. And there's also a video to show you about how the chain stitching goes, and I'll tell you why it's my preferred method. So let's just look at the video now. It's Alice Cooper, the Halloween tour. It was at the NEC Arena, which is 5 minutes down the road from me. It's a less of a ceiling height. It's only 22 meters, but it's still high enough. You'll see on this one the visual effect you get and how the interaction is with the audience and how they actually play with the balloons. And that's what I want to talk about with you as well, is why I always use 3-footers. It's that interaction and it's the visual effects. So have a look at the video. It's about a minute, minute and a half. Not a bad little video, was it, really? Can you see how we got the actual visual cue when the actual balloons were thrown from the stage? We're above the rig in the grid. We can see them coming out. So as they're coming up the steps, stage left and stage right, we are starting to pull. So as they throw their balloons out, our balloons meet them on the way down. And if you looked at the video, you probably just saw the bottoms of the black tubes, and you probably caught the stitching that goes underneath. So what I'm going to do now is cut to a video of me stitching an actual tube. So you'll see me stitching a tube. It's not that long, and then we're going to come back and we're going to show you how we stop that stitching from coming undone. Okay, so let's go to the video of the chain stitch, and then we'll have a little chat afterwards. See you in a minute. So there you are. That's the chain stitch. Relatively simple. It's not complicated, and it's basically like making a chain. You just got to remember that whatever the length of your net or your tube is, you're probably using 2.5 times that in the length of cord. Now let's run through the cord with you. We use Dacron line. It's the very, very thick 150-pound Dacron line. I don't want to use anything thin, I want it really, really strong. So you saw the chain stitch. Let's show you how we finished it off at the end. I'm just going to unravel a little bit of this now. So as you get to the end of the stitch and you've got no more tube to actually bring together, you'll end up with the cord coming out. I just fold it back over, and that's what I use. It's the bead of a 5-inch or a 260. I'm using a 5-inch now so you can see it clearer. All I do, I open it up, place the cord through, I'll double it up, just going to double that over there and pop it back through. Now that is secure. That can hang in the ceiling next to the tube all day long. It will not come off until you put pressure on it. So when you get the call to do your drop and you're activating your drop, all you do is pull, the little bead pops off, and your chain starts to unravel, and you just keep pulling in the line. So shall we just do that again so you can see it? It's folded over like that. We're going to pick up a bead, there it is there. We're going to pop it through, do it again just to make it secure. So that is now right next to your tube, okay? So there you are, and all you do is with your line that's taken up to wherever you're going to pull from, you apply pressure and keep pulling so the line unstitches, and that is it. It's so simple. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. So what I'm going to do is probably show you another video now, and this is a video of a balloon drop that I think you were all at, well, some of you were. Back in 2018, it was WBC in San Diego, and I was lucky enough to be involved with the balloon drop. Stuart Davis did the design for the opening night party, and he asked me to come along and do the balloon drop. Now I was teaching there at the time, I was teaching balloon drops, so it was a good idea that everyone at that opening party saw the balloon drop, okay, and you saw the visual impact that it made, and then you were able to attend the class if you were lucky enough to come and see how they were done. Now the balloon drop in San Diego was only 100 3-foot balloons. That's all it was. But you looked and you saw what happened. 800 of you in that marquee just absolutely bouncing those balloons round for about 15 minutes. The video clip is in 2 sections and I've tried to piece them together, but you'll see the visual impact. And then what I'm going to do after the video, I'm going to put some stills on the screen of the shots that were taken of that balloon drop. They're absolutely amazing. It's bright, it's bold, it's colourful, It's absolutely amazing. So watch the video, okay, of the balloon drop. If you were there, think of how it made you feel. Well, is that bringing back a few memories or what? I mean, phew, blimey, 2 years ago nearly. Yeah, it was good. It was a lovely, lovely drop to do, and I was really, really honoured to be involved with it. So we've now shown you videos, and now it's time for me to probably waffle on a little bit. So this may be a bit of a long section, but I'll keep it as short as possible. I want to tell you about how we go about doing these big drops from the moment we arrive at a venue or a concert, and then I want to talk a little bit about the grid that we go into. So on arrival at a venue, my first port of call is the tour manager, who I've had contact with leading up to the event. I'll just make a phone call or a text message saying we're on site and we're going to start your drops. We've had a plan, we know what to do. We've spoken to him about where we're going to put the drops. We've had the grid plan, so we've got them marked out. It's out the way of the lighting and the sound systems. On arrival at a venue, we make our way to front of house, which I told you earlier is the back of the arena. There's a reason for that, and that is because there's nobody there. We don't want to be down the stage end where you've got lighting, truss, rigging, sound systems coming in. You've got chains and motors being dropped from the ceilings, well, not literally dropped, but lowered down to take all the trusses and the lighting up. We just don't want to be down there. So we make our way to the back of the arena, but there's one thing we must do first of all. It's a live rig, so we must prepare ourselves, and we must wear hard hats and high vis. Why would you need a hard hat to do a balloon drop? Well, you don't need a hard hat to do a balloon drop, but when it's a live rig, you need a hard hat to protect yourself. So hard hats on, high vis, and whilst the rigging is going on, the arena will become a hard hat area, compulsory. Okay, so that's what you must do. Once we've set up, we get all the kit out ready to rock and roll. We have flight cases. I don't carry anything in boxes or bags. Everything goes in flight cases or trunks or road trunks on wheels. Everything is wheeled in, excuse me, and we're set up at the back of the arena. The flight cases are labelled, so we know what kit is in what flight case, so we don't have to go hunting for it. It's written onto the top of the boxes. We know what's in there. The crew have been prepped on this. They've had a sort of like a memo from me or a briefing of what they've got to do and what I expect of them. So start off with getting all the kit out, laying it out, getting the tubes out. To fill the balloons, I use Makita leaf blowers, which are battery operated, because I can inflate a 3-foot balloon in about 5 seconds on those. And the battery ones are really good because you can walk up and down the area where you're filling, and you haven't got no leads on the floors. More freedom. And with a drop, so let's say I was doing 1,000 3-foot balloons, I would have 10 tubes. For every tube I'd have 1 crew member. Now that 1 crew member take an inflator and they'll start filling. They'll work alongside another crew member who will take the balloon off them, tie them and put it into the tube. It's the quickest possible way of doing it. I work on a time of motion on the first tube, and I'd like to think that I can get 100 to 110 3-foot balloons in a tube within 30 minutes. This isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. We go at a steady pace so we can maintain that pace all day. Once we have 2 or 3 tubes filled, we move them into the locations on the floor underneath where they're going rigged. Then I will send 1 or 2 crew up into the rig or the grid to lower ropes down. We carry our own ropes, so we have ropes that are over 70 meters. These aren't thin cords, these are something like mountaineering ropes. They're not got to take any weight, it's just the tension you have to put them on to keep those nets nice and straight when they're in the ceiling. So those will go up, they'll lower the ropes down. You'll notice, and I think Stuart Davis picked up on this a few years ago when he was on the Black Sabbath tour with me. A strong crew, and he turned to me at the end of the day and he said, "I've noticed one thing about this job, Matt." I said, "What's that, Stu?" He said, "You didn't do anything, did you?" I went, "No, I didn't." He says, "It's not a detrimental. There's no detriment to you because you actually did the correct thing. If I'd have got involved with doing the drops, I wouldn't have been able to make sure they happened because I may have missed something." Okay, so I very rarely do anything on a job apart from make it happen. So it's on my head if things go wrong. So you stand back and you observe. There's one very important though, and that is I chain stitch every single tube myself. There's a reason for this. Tube fail because the chain stitching didn't work, but it will work because I did it and I don't allow failure, then it's only me to blame. There's no one else. I don't pass the buck on to anybody. It's me. So once all the tubes are done and they're up in the grid, it's stow away all the kit. So all the kit is made sure it goes back into the right boxes. We have checklists to know we've not left anything behind, and we have a quick discussion about what's going to go on. I then have to take them to a safety officer who will give them a bit of a lecture, and they have to watch a video on rules of the grid. So rules of the grid are: you don't take anything up there you don't need. You're high in the air. The highest grid we work in is the O2 at the Dome in London, and that is 51 meters. So it's 150 feet. It's a long way up and it's a long way down. You go for the safety briefing, watch the video. It shows you all the rules and what you must do. We then take the elevator or the staircase to the grid. Before you go out into the grid, you have a thing called a pat down. Now, a pat down is when you just make sure that you've got nothing loose in your pockets, absolutely nothing at all. You don't need mobile phones out there, you don't need change, you don't need car keys. If you've got zip pockets, you stow them in your zip pockets. If you haven't, there'll be lockers there, and you can just put them into the locker, take the key. The key then goes on a toggle around your wrist so you can't drop it, and you enter the grid through a magnetic or a combination lock door. so no one can get up there. The fire officer is with us all the time, so if it's a combination lock, he activates the combination lock. If it's a magnetic door, we can just have the magnetic pass. We have to sign for them, and we have to give them back to the venue. Once you're on the grid, we make our way to our designated areas where the drops are. We check them all off, and then I'll sign them off to say, yeah, everything's fine. We come down from the grid, and then it's lunchtime. So this is our downtime. Now, it's quite a laborious task. Balloons all day long, so a good meal is required by all the crew. When you're on tour, you always get crew food, okay, and the crew food is good. It's a bit like 5-star catering. It's not. It's full cooked meals. You've got all the healthy options. You've got as much soft drinks, tea and coffee. So, and it's laid out in a canteen style, and it is absolutely the best food tasted. After they've had lunch, I will sit down and have a talk with them about the run through of what we're going to do. I will also issue out a run sheet and a set sheet. The set sheet tells the crew what's going to happen at certain times, so what time the doors open, what time the support band is on, what time the support band is off, and what time the main band go on, which is the band looking for. Now, I also give them a playlist, and a playlist will have all the songs listed of what they appear on the set. If there's, say, 20 songs, at song number 4, I will score a big black line underneath it. Everyone then knows that on song 14 we meet backstage where our flight cases have been stowed. This is the time we now ascend into the rig. So we gather everyone up, we do our pat downs, we make sure there's nothing on us we don't need, we take the elevator up to the rig or the staircase, and we go out into the grid. Now, this is probably the scariest time for me, because I'm going through, I'm now, or in probably 6 songs time, I'm going to be the main part of that show. So I'm anxious, I'm nervous, I probably haven't eaten lunch, I probably haven't had evening meal either, because I'm just too nervous, and that's a good sign. It shows that I care about the job. So we go into the grid and we take up our positions. If we haven't got a visual communication and we're on comms, I will then call down to house and say, balloon crew are in position. If we just need to do a visual communication and we haven't got comms, I will tell the show caller, who is at front of house, prior to going up, that we are ascending into the grid, so they don't need to worry. So we're up in the grid and we're watching the show from 50 meters above. It is relaxing up there. It's noisy, it's hot, it's dark. You have got safety lighting, but everyone thinks, oh, I might fall off. You can't fall off. Okay, there's railings, it's a grid floor, it's a mesh floor. You can see right the way down, you know, but it is the bird's eye view. And I will pop a picture on here at some stage of me in the grid. I had a phone with me, but my phone was attached to me on a bungee cord and a lanyard, so I couldn't drop it, so I did have permission. And I have got a shot of me in the grid looking down, so you can get the sort of view, or you can see what we're seeing. So anyway, we're now probably entering the final song of the evening, and this is My Time. Okay, this is when all eyes are focused on the drops with the crew. So they've got their run, they know when the song is, they've had their call. Probably all got head cams on if we've got comms. If not, they all know the visual cue. We are all placed around the grid because the nets are in different places or the tubes are in different places. This is my time that when my heart is beating, I feel sick, I feel anxious, I'm scared, because upon my head, if anything goes wrong, it's me that gets the blame. So once we know when we've got the cue, so if we're on comms, we'll have standby balloon crew. So all we do is we put our hands on the cords that we're going to pull. We don't pull them yet, we just hold them in our hands. We'll probably get another 30-second warning, say stand. They'll just keep talking to us, and on command all they say is go drop, and that's when we pull the cords, and you just pull and pull and pull and pull, and you don't even remember pulling the cords, okay, but all you can remember seeing is the balloons heading downwards, okay. Well, you're hoping they're not going to go upwards, they're going to go downwards, and you give it probably 10-15 seconds, and all of a sudden those balloons hit the crowds below and they start interacting with them, okay. They start belting them all over the place, and that's why the 3-foot balloons are so important to me. It's the interaction. So once I go from this, oh, I'm really anxious and I'm really scared and I'm really nervous and I'm absolutely on cloud 9. I've looked around, every single tube is emptied, the arena is full, it's absolutely bouncing, and you've made such a massive difference to the whole of that show. So that's how I feel when I do these jobs, and that's what keeps me going. And I've always said I never ever want to lose that feeling of the nervousness, the anxiety I go through, how scared I am. If I lost that feeling, it would mean I've lost a passion for this job. And that's what I never want to happen. Never ever want to happen. So what we're going to do now is we're probably going to look at a few more pictures. I'm going to talk to you about a very big balloon drop that I did. And that was in September 2019. So we're going to talk a little bit about that and show a video as that as well. So let's just post some more pictures up of drops that you can see, and these are probably going to be stills because they're going to show the tubes in the ceiling or the nets in the ceiling or the tubes when they're laid out, so you can get a feel for the size. So have a quick look. We'll flick through them. I'll leave them on the screen for probably 10-15 seconds each picture. You can get a look and you can get a feel for what I'm on about. See you in a bit, guys. So, how was that? Just a couple of stills on drops. Can you start to see the scale that we work on in these arenas? Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do 11-inch balloons for a drop. Of course you should. If So, how was that? Just a couple of stills on drops. Can you start to see the scale that we work on in these arenas? Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do 11-inch balloons for a drop. Of course you should. If that's what your client requires, that's what you do. It also may be that your venue can't house the big drops and you have to do smaller ones. So, yeah, you do it. Now, I'm going to give you a real life situation here. A few years ago, I was asked to do a balloon drop for a concert. Now, it wasn't a massive scale concert. It was a smaller arena. The tour manager got hold of me and said they wanted to do 1,000 11-inch balloons. Okay, I'm not going to turn the job away. 1,000 11-inch balloons is 1,000 11-inch balloons. So I actually took time out to go to the venue and meet with them. And they were doing a site check. And I walked in and, yeah, there they were. And we sat down and had a coffee when you could. Obviously you can't do that now. And they said, yeah, 1,000 11-inch balloons. I went, okay. I said, it's not a problem. Can I just show you a video of 1,000 11-inch balloons coming down at a concert? Oh yeah, we'd love to see it. That's great. So produced the video, just on an iPad, and they went, yeah, that's what we want. I went, have you thought about doing 3-footers? Just 100 of them. I said, it'd give you a fantastic effect, a much better effect. So they went, no, 1,000 11-inch, that's what we want. So I actually pulled them up a video of 100 3-footers. I actually showed them the WBC one. And they went, oh wow. Oh God, that looks so much better. There's more interaction. I said, yeah, and your visuals will be fantastic and they will last longer. Because if you see 11-inch balloons coming down in a big venue, they come down and yeah, it's a great sight and the higher they are, the better. But once they hit the audience, you don't really see them again. They all sit on the floor. But with the 3-footers, it's that interaction of people bouncing them around. You saw it on the Alice Cooper one. People lurching forward to get these 3-footers. Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, that's why I use the 3-footers. Because as I'm saying, if your venue can only do 11-inch or maybe 16-inch, or maybe you get 3-footers and size them down to 2-foot. It's up to you. But I think your expertise and guidance can give people a far better experience. Now, I'm just going to pop a few more little clips on here for you to look at.
It's 18 hours.
I'm probably going to do just some stills and some pictures. And then what I'm going to do is the final section of this will be talking about rams. Now, it sounds a bit laborious and it sounds a bit, oh, I'm not interested in rams. But if you're asked for one, it's always a good idea to know how to do them. So I'll guide you through that. And then the final piece is the one you're going to like. It's the big balloon drop. Okay, it's the Muse one, which was 1,000 3-footers, and that's good as well. So have a look at some more stills, and then we'll come back and have a chat about rams, and then finally we'll get on to the big stuff. See you later, guys. Bye. Okay, so a few more visuals there.
Olá, meu nome é Paula Oliveira, Vieira, sou instrutora de arte com balões. É um prazer imenso poder estar fazendo parte do QuickLink Convention, a maior convenção online de 2021. Ano passado, eu estava do outro lado de casa, assistindo como aluna. Esse ano, eu pude participar das inscrições, me inscrevi e tive a grata felicidade de poder fazer parte do time dos instrutores escolhidos pela Qualatex. Foi uma felicidade imensa para mim poder fazer parte desse time. O nosso trabalho, a gente sempre se inspira na beleza das mulheres, nas composições das nossas Fantasy Flowers, que nós amamos tanto. E junto com as Fantasy Flowers, nós descobrimos uma infinita possibilidade de a gente transformar. A minha segunda paixão são os vestidos de látex, que hoje elas se tornaram uma das marcas da nossa empresa. Eles são vestidos de balões, vazios. Ao longo do tempo a gente está desenvolvendo essas técnicas. Hoje os nossos vestidos, eles têm a parte de fechamento, a parte de trás com fechamento, a parte de estrutura de bojo e as nossas flores. A gente usa 100% os balões vazios nas nossas composições, tanto nas flores como nos vestidos de látex. Assim você pode ter uma infinita possibilidade de estar criando. Hoje, na nossa aula, eu quero mostrar para vocês as possibilidades que a gente tem de fazer um cenário de casamento. Nós criamos as flores com a parte natural. A gente fez o vestido da noiva, que nós vamos apresentar no final da nossa aula. O buquê da noiva e um cenário interativo. Nós usamos os aqua, os balões atrás. Olá pessoal, para a gente fazer a nossa primeira flor, ela foi inspirada no trabalho das rendeiras. Então a gente vai cortar o gargalo do balão e vamos descartar. Vamos cortar o biquinho dele e descartar. Precisa ser sempre bem na pontinha, porque você precisa do 260 todo. Agora a gente vai colocar ele onde foi feito o nosso primeiro corte e puxar a tesoura, sempre puxando ela para que ela não masque o balão. Agora a gente, com ele cortado já, a nossa fita, ele vai ficar na estrutura de fita. A gente abriu ele inteiro. A gente cortou ele e a gente vai estar usando ele na estrutura de fita. Ele ficou como se fosse uma fitinha. Então a gente vai segurar o nosso dedo polegar. A gente vai segurar o nosso dedo polegar, que vai ser a nossa medida. Vamos pegar uma agulha de costura. Essa agulha de costura, ela é bem larguinha. Não sei se vocês conseguem, se eu aproximar bem, vocês vão poder ver o buraquinho dela, aonde a gente vai passar o balão. Então a gente vai pegar o nosso balão em formato de fita e vamos estar segurando aqui. Nosso dedo é a nossa medida chefe. Por trás do balão, a gente vai colocar nossa agulha. Vamos fazer um furinho. Coloca o nosso dedo polegar aqui e vamos contar, quanto mais pequenino ele for, mais bonito ele vai ficar. A rosinha, a medida dela, para ela precisa ser bem pequena. Então a gente precisa dar mini pontinhos. Então vamos lá. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sempre a medida pequena. 11, 12, 13, 14. Terminamos ele aqui. Ele ficou como se fosse uma fitinha. Vou colocar minha mão atrás para vocês verem, porque o balão é branco. A gente vai segurar a pontinha da agulha e vamos empurrar ela até o biquinho. Agora, ela chegou, a agulha, a fitinha vai ficar no comecinho, onde é o buraquinho da agulha para você entrar. Você vai pegar essa pontinha do 260 que sobrou aonde estava o seu dedo e vamos passar por dentro da agulhinha. Passou por dentro a pontinha dela, nós vamos puxar só um pedacinho. Esse gargalinho ficou dentro da agulha, para mim poder mostrar. Agora o que a gente precisa fazer? Empurrar o 260 para cima, mínima coisa, aonde tá as duas pontinhas do 260 da agulhinha. E a gente vai girar. Então a gente vai contar 6 vezes ela para fazer o formato da mini rosa. Vocês já vão entender. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Vamos puxar ela e vamos pegar o auxílio do nosso alicatinho. Segura, não forte para não quebrar a agulha, e vamos puxar ela. Ela vai sair só a pontinha dela aqui. Então a gente vai puxar e a pontinha do balão vai sair. Então isso aqui. Agora a gente vai precisar de fazer a ajuda de alguém para cortar. Com o tempo você consegue sozinha. Eu corto sozinha, mas agora eu vou chamar essa Jaqueline. Eu brinco que ela é o meu braço direito dentro da minha equipe. Todos são meu braço direito, na verdade. Mas sempre quando eu quero criar alguma coisa, ela acha que não vai dar certo, ela puxa minha orelha, fala, Ana, não vai dar certo. E a gente resolve mudar. Então, voltando para nossa aula. A gente puxou aqui e com a ajuda dela a gente vai cortar bem rente aqui para que ele não solte da agulhinha. Eu coloco até o meu dedo assim. Cortamos e a nossa mini rosinha tá pronta. Essa é a frente dela, ela fica igual um botão de rosa bebê, trabalhado, e o fundo dela onde foi cortado, ele não precisa ter dado nó, como as fantasy flowers são, geralmente ou colados, e essas são as mini florzinhas. Essa é uma das nossas criações que a gente acabou adaptando, não só para o trabalho de fita, mas também para o 260, como outras das nossas criações. Como eu falei no começo da nossa videoaula, a nossa possibilidade era de transformar as flores num vestido de látex, de balão. A composição das mini rosas que a gente montou foram inspiradas no trabalho das rendeiras do Brasil. Então essa criação foi desenvolvida, ela é feita com rendas e nós usamos o balão 260Q compondo as mini rosas. Essa é a técnica que nós criamos juntamente com a minha equipe para que nós pudéssemos fazer as mini rosas. Elas têm todo o formato da rosa pequenininha. Com relação ao corpete do vestido, a gente utilizou o balão 260, fez uma estrutura com manta de strass, aplicações em renda e pedraria. Sendo assim, compondo a parte do corpete. Hoje o nosso corpete tem a parte de estrutura de bojo e hastes do vestido. Na parte de trás dele, a gente tem a composição de fecho, para o vestido poder ter fechamento dele. Então ele tem uma parte de fechamento, nossos vestidos. Ele pode ser fechado e ajustado no corpo da nossa modelo. Seguindo com a mesma composição em mini rosas e orquídeas. A segunda parte dele que a gente fez foi a parte de estrutura das rosas. As rosas a gente usou o arame, o balão da qualatex e a parte do meio dele a gente usou com um balão joia, sem colagem, para ter essa estrutura do meio da rosa, sempre mais fechado e mais escuro. Essa foi a composição do nosso buquê. Descemos para a parte de baixo da saia, estruturada com tela e aplicações das nossas orquídeas. Assim eu consigo unir as nossas duas paixões, as nossas fantasy flowers e os nossos vestidos de balões de látex, que hoje são uma da nossa marca da nossa empresa, sendo composições com balões vazios e as flores. A nossa segunda flor que a gente vai montar, a nossa segunda Fantasy Flowers, a gente vai montar ela no balão de 11 polegadas, no branco pérola. Porém, a gente vai montar um centro de mesa para casamento. Então eu vou precisar usar cores mais fortes, que eu já deixei elas reservadas, por causa do tempo da nossa aula, como eu quero passar bastante coisas para vocês. Eu já deixei uma parte das flores pronta, para a gente só montar, mas eu vou passar o passo a passo de como se faz agora. A gente vai precisar de um arame. Eu não uso o arame de florista porque ele é mais fininho e eu preciso de um arame que ele seja mais resistente. Então nós vamos fazer uma argolinha. A gente vai pegar mais ou menos uma medida do arame e vai puxar ele. Agora com essas duas pontinhas a gente vai precisar do auxílio de um alicate. Então a gente vai girar. Ele é bem facinho, você pode trabalhar com a mão, mas para finalizar eu prefiro o alicate. E vamos começar a entortar ela. Chegamos nessa parte, eu vou pegar o alicate para poder virar melhor e ter um acabamento que ele não machuque o nosso balão. Então a gente vai girar ela bem aqui. E essa pontinha a gente vai descartar. Como ficou essa pontinha aberta, eu preciso fechar ela um pouquinho demais, porque o balão de látex é muito sensível, para a gente não ter perigo de acabar rasgando o nosso balão. E ela vai ficar assim. Agora eu preciso abrir a nossa argolinha. Então o que a gente vai fazer? Vai começar a moldar ela com o dedo, para que ela fique maleável toda. Agora ela ficou uma argolinha bem redonda. Com essa argolinha agora pronta, a gente vai colocar dentro do nosso balão. A gente vai precisar de um balão de 11 polegadas. Vai abrir ele. E eu vou precisar do auxílio de uma outra pessoa. O porquê que eu vou precisar do auxílio de uma outra pessoa? Eu não costumo usar, nessa rosa que eu vou ensinar para vocês, o arame só cortado, colocar dentro do balão, puxar e vedar ele com o arame e só vedar ele no final. Porque eu preciso, como a gente vai montar uma orquídea, eu preciso que ela tenha esse acabamento redondinho. Todas as flores nossas, quando você olha, elas têm que ter o mesmo acabamento, todo redondinho dela, todo certinho. Então eu vou precisar de auxílio novamente. Vai pegar ele, vai puxar todo o balão e vamos colocar ele dentro. Ele entrou, segura para o balão não voltar do arame e a nossa pétala tá toda aqui. Por que eu falei de não colocar ele com a estrutura do arame somente cortado? Quando ele chegar aqui, ele tá redondinho por igual. E a nossa flor precisa ter um caimento, que como fique como uma flor natural, não como uma flor artificial somente. Então o que a gente vai fazer? Essa parte que sobrou do balão de látex, nós vamos puxar ela até embaixo, todinha. Puxou, 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 segura. Agora ela formou esse frisinho na parte de baixo da nossa flor. O que a gente vai usar? Como eu não gosto de eliminar, eu preciso eliminar peso, na verdade, das flores. Tanto quanto eu uso, quando eu faço para um vestido, quanto mais peso você vai colocar no seu vestido, o arame vai ficar pesado no final do vestido. Então isso acaba atrapalhando o nosso trabalho. Então o que nós vamos precisar fazer? A gente vai precisar de linha de costura para laço. Ela é bem resistente e dificilmente ela vai arrebentar. E com isso a gente vai conseguir ter um acabamento mais leve e que não pese no nosso arranjo como o arame. Então a gente vai segurar essa parte daqui, ó, e vamos segurar a pontinha do arame. Vou colocar no meio do meu dedo, segurei. Com essa mão eu puxo e vou girar. Uma, bem forte. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Puxou bem fortinho, a gente arrebentou. Porque essa linha de laço, ela é uma linha mágica, ela não vai soltar. Então ela vai ficar amarradinha, bem amarrada. O que a gente vai fazer agora? Agora a gente precisa descartar essa parte do gargalo do balão. Vamos descartar. E com isso, cortar esse acabamentinho do fio também. A gente precisa que não apareça a mecânica do nosso arranjo, para que quem olhe, ache bonito, mas não saiba como ele foi feito. Então tá pronta a nossa primeira pétala. A gente vai precisar fazer isso 7 vezes. Então, temos 7 balões. Como eles já estão prontos para nossa montagem, para facilitar a nossa aula, eu só vou colocar novamente e puxar. Relembrando, a argolinha, abri ele, coloquei ele dentro do balão, vou pegar o balão na lateral e vou puxar toda a parte do látex do balão até embaixo. Formou essa parte do balão, da nervura do balão. Eu vou pegar meu fio para laço, seguro no meio do meu dedo, puxo e vamos girar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Puxou 7, segura a ponta, nós vamos arrebentar. Ele não vai soltar, tá bem preso. O que nós vamos fazer? Eliminar novamente. A gente eliminou novamente o fiozinho. Recapitulando, o que a gente vai fazer? Cortar o gargalo do balão. Puxou até a parte onde está o cabinho do arame e nós vamos cortar. Nossa segunda pétala. Novamente, a argolinha. Ajeita a pétala, vamos puxar. Novamente, puxou até embaixo. Segura, fiozinho, meio do dedo, vamos girar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Puxou, arrebentou, gargalo, faz o corte. Vamos cortar o fio. Cortamos o fio, nossa terceira pétala. Novamente. Vamos puxar, segurou, arrebentou, eliminamos o gargalo e vamos cortar. Novamente, puxamos, cortou. Eliminamos. Nossas duas últimas. E vamos começar a parte mais legal, que é a montagem das nossas flores. Segurou, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. E eliminamos. Cortamos. Vamos de novo. Segura. Agora a melhor parte, que é a nossa montagem. Só vamos puxar pro ladinho pra gente começar a montar. Essa parte da nossa orquídea, a gente tá com nossos balões aqui, nosso I7. O que nós vamos fazer? Essa primeira pétala, ela tá redondinha. Vou pegar meu dedo, colocar no meio, aperto, fez essa conchinha, endireito o cabo dela para baixo, puxo bem, e ela tá assim. A orquídea, ela sempre tem como se fosse uma boquinha. Então a gente vai dobrar, apertar. Agora essa parte eu coloco para trás, senão ela fica parecendo o comecinho do lírio. Então a gente puxou essa parte aqui. Então eu vou repetir essa outra parte, a Jaque vai me ajudar novamente. Vamos colocar o dedo até o finalzinho do gargalo. Coloca aqui dentro. Solto. A partinha que fica eu vou puxar. Todo o látex do balão bem para baixo. Vou pegar a nossa linha de laço, nossa linha mágica. E vamos girar ela. Puxa. E a gente vai cortar o fio e com isso vamos eliminar o látex do balão, o gargalo, essa partezinha que tá sobrando. Vamos repetir o centro da nossa orquídea. Pega seu dedo, a argolinha na lateral, coloca o dedo no meio dela, vamos dobrar, empurrou, formato de conchinha. Agora o que a gente vai precisar fazer? A orquídea tem essa boquinha, então a gente vai precisar fechar ela. Com o meu dedo, eu coloco esse dedo no meio dela e vou dobrar. Essa parte aqui, ó, vou colocar minha mão mais pra cima pra fazer mais devagar pra vocês verem. Essa parte a gente vai fazer a dobragem dela, a dobra dela. E tá pronto o comecinho da nossa orquídea. E agora a gente vai fazer 6 vezes a mesma coisa. Dedo no meio, dobra da conchinha. Dedo no meio, dobra da conchinha. Dedo no meio, dobra da conchinha, até o final de todas elas. E dá uma puxadinha. Faz a conchinha, dá uma puxadinha no araminho. Conchinha, puxou. Novamente. O que a gente vai fazer agora? Primeira pétala, o miolinho, linha mágica. Seguramos bem forte ela. Mesmo processo. Segura no meio do seu dedo, puxou e nós vamos girar. Agora eu preciso que ela seja, quanto mais apertada, melhor ela vai ficar. Então a gente vai girar bem firme. Segunda parte. Agora eu preciso que ela encaixe no meio dela. E para ela encaixar no meio, às vezes a gente precisa dar uma pressionadinha. Encaixou no meio, apertou, vamos girar a segunda parte. Bem apertada. Segunda parte montada. Vamos colocar a nossa terceira pétala agora aqui. Terceira pétala a gente aperta e vamos girar. Agora a gente está com 4 partes da nossa orquídea. Vamos colocar a nossa quinta pétala. Segurou. Girou. Agora ela está começando a tomar forma. Agora, como ela tem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, essa pétala eu vou encaixar aqui na lateral dela. E vamos girar. Giramos. Pegar a nossa última pétala, encaixamos aqui. Continua girando, puxou. Ela não tá com cara de orquídea ainda. O que que a gente vai fazer? Coloca o seu dedo aqui, dobra e puxa. Seu dedo novamente aqui e puxa. Novamente, puxou. Agora as duas do meio eu puxo. Eu puxo novamente o miolinho. Eu coloco a palma da minha mão e aperto. Por que a gente ter colocado a orquídea na argolinha redonda? O balão na argolinha redonda da orquídea. Tá vendo essa parte da pétala? Ela começa a ter todo o movimento da flor natural. E como a gente gosta muito de ver as flores, você pode ver, ela começa a aparecer a parte da flor natural mesmo. Com a parte dos gominhos dela, do capo. Essa foi nossa segunda flor. A nossa flor agora, ela teve toda uma carinha de orquídea. E o porquê da argola ter sido colocada nela com o balão como auxílio de uma segunda pessoa. Para que ela pudesse ter essas nervuras da flor natural. Que a gente só consegue nesse trabalho colocando a argola nela com o balão, com a argola já pronta dentro do balão. Agora a gente vai passar a fita floral nela. Aqui tem um pedacinho de fio que eu preciso eliminar ainda. Vamos precisar de uma fita floral para florista. Colocamos e vamos girar. Bem apertadinha. Terminamos. Ela tá com acabamento já. Agora eu vou precisar encaixar com a cola quente, um pinguinho de cola quente na hastezinha. E vou colocar aqui. Seguro. Ela começa a ficar pronta para ser colocada no nosso arranjo. Agora a gente vai começar a fazer a montagem do nosso centro de mesa. O que a gente vai precisar para começar a fazer a nossa montagem do nosso centro de mesa? Agora a gente vai precisar de um bloco de floral verde, a nossa bombinha da Qualatex, os nossos queridinhos, os aquabalões da Pioneer, que nós tanto amamos, uma tesoura, e agora a gente vai usar as flores na composição do vermelho, do amarelo e do nosso chrome. Essas cores a gente fez para compor o cenário, como essa parte aqui, que foi misturado a parte do vermelho com o amarelo, junto com a parte de folhagens naturais que foi usado, dessas sementes também. Agora a gente vai precisar fazer um corte no floral, mais ou menos do tamanho do teu arranjo. O que a gente vai fazer? Essa parte já está pré-pronta nossa, com a parte de verde natural. E a gente vai precisar de uma peça para o nosso centro de mesa. Olha que peça maravilhosa. A gente vai precisar dessa peça de cristal para montar o nosso centro de mesa. Como que a gente vai fazer? A gente vai colocar mais ou menos para ter uma noção e vamos fazer uma marquinha na nossa peça. Feita essa marquinha, a gente vai precisar fazer um corte nela. E vamos seguir o corte retinho até o final. Fizemos o corte. A gente vai precisar hidratar esse floral. Como que a gente hidrata o floral? Por causa dessa parte da folhagem que é natural, que a gente vai unir com as nossas fantasy flowers para ficar uma composição mais real no nosso arranjo. A gente vai pegar um recipiente com água, vai soltar o bloquinho, ele vai afundar aos poucos e vai estar hidratado. Agora a gente vai começar a fazer a montagem do nosso arranjo. Vamos deixar na lateral descartado. Esse floral, ele já foi hidratado. Então ele fica pesado. E como o nosso tempo é pequeno, a gente já colocou a parte de folhagem na lateral do arranjo embaixo. Para ter altura no nosso arranjo, foi colocado a parte do verde mais alto, na parte do centro, na parte de baixo dele menor, e foi pronto. E assim ele vai começar, vamos começar a fazer a nossa montagem. O que a gente vai pegar? Puxar essa parte aqui do nosso arranjinho. A gente pode usar tanto o nosso copinho de pegar balão, como haste, como eu coloquei na flor branca, ou pode colocar um cabinho de metal com o floral. Então a gente vai começar a colocar na nossa peça. Espetamos na parte central dela, do meio, e vamos colocando. Vai vendo a altura que você gosta para ir regulando. Cuidado com a peça para não quebrar. Agora a gente vai usar para compor o nosso arranjo uma das minhas paixões, o nosso balão aqua. Vamos pegar a nossa bombinha manual, abrir o gargalo e vamos dar 3 pops nela. Então a gente vai colocar o nosso aqua. Todos sabem que o aqua tem essa película que protege o nosso balão, evita ficar com a digital no balão. Então vamos lá, nós vamos dar 3 pops nela para ele ficar cheio. Vamos lá, segurou. 1, 2, 3, 4. Agora ele chegou no tamanho que eu precisava. Eu ainda seguro aqui e vou girar 6 vezes. E vou tirar a película dele. Tirei a película. Como o aqua ele é muito maleável, eu vou esticar o gargalo e simplesmente dar um nozinho. E tá pronta a nossa bolinha. Vou pegar pega a vareta, abaixo o copinho, posiciono ele entre o meio da parte seletora do copinho, giro e travei. Parece uma boilinha. Para que eu fiz ele? A gente fez ele para nós poder colocar no nosso centro de mesa. Agora nós vamos posicionar o nosso último aqua. Aperta bem para não aparecer o copinho, para esconder a mecânica. Assim nós finalizamos o nosso centro de mesa para casamento. A gente utilizou as mesmas cores para fazer a composição do nosso cenário que nós estamos usando. O vermelho, o nosso chrome, o amarelo. Mas cada um pode compor, fazer a sua composição preferida, usando a sua criatividade, as cores que mais agradam você. A gente queria muito, como nosso país é tropical, a gente queria trazer o colorido do Brasil para vocês, por isso tentamos fazer ele mais colorido, mais alegre, mais vibrante, como o nosso país é. Vamos começar a montar a nossa última flor, que vai compor o nosso buquê. Como a nossa temática é uma aula de casamento, então a gente fez o centro de mesa, a orquídea que compôs o cenário e acho que precisamos de um buquê de uma noiva. Vamos lá? Nós vamos precisar de 5 balões para começar a fazer o miolinho da nossa rosa. A gente vai pegar o nosso balão, ele já vem curvadinho, então a gente vai virar ele ao meio, passa a mão e ele tem esse biquinho. O biquinho vai ser o miolo da nossa rosa. Para a gente fazer esse miolo, a gente vai começar a enrolar ela. Então vamos pegar essa primeira parte e vamos começar a enrolar ela. Ela vai ficar com essa dobrinha do meio dela. Por que que eu não uso cola para fazer essa parte da rosa? Porque eu quero que ela tenha um aspecto o mais natural possível. E para ela ter um aspecto natural, conforme a gente vai encaixando os nossos outros balões, ela vai ficando mais soltinha, mais maleável, como o botão da rosa precisa ser. Quanto mais natural, mais bonito. Pegamos nosso segundo balão, encaixa no meio, diferença de meio centímetro, encaixamos, posiciona do meio, segura com o dedo e vamos enrolar. Ele vai ficar com essa segunda parte. Dá para você ver essa diferença de tamanho entre um e outro. Fizemos a segunda parte. Mais um balão. Agora esse balão tem que entrar do lado oposto dele, para cá, para compor o miolinho da nossa rosa. Diferença de tamanho, centraliza no meio e vamos girar. Quanto mais apertadinho, mais bonito vai ficar a nossa rosa. Se precisar dar uma puxadinha, ó, o meu ficou muito pequenininho, vou voltar, puxei de novo. Mais um balão, lado oposto, centralizo. Agora a gente não precisa enrolar, só coloca, segura. Conseguem ver essa diferença de desnível do botão da rosa, do centro da rosa? A nossa última parte, mais um balão, posicionamos lado oposto, aonde tem a dobra, que vai entrar o nosso balão de novo. Caixa no meio, posiciona e temos o meio da rosa. Como ele ficou mais gordinho, agora ele não precisa enrolar. Ele já uniu as duas partes dela. Vamos precisar de linha mágica. Novamente, a gente não vai usar arame para não ter peso no buquê da noiva. Linha mágica, segura com o dedo e vamos amarrar. A gente não vai amarrar aqui embaixo, então a gente vai amarrar nessa parte do nosso balão joia. Seguramos com o dedo o fio novamente e vamos girar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 ele ficou bem apertadinho, puxou, cortou. Vamos reservar essa primeira parte da nossa rosa. Pessoal, mesmo processo. Uma argola, um balão joia e as nossas pétalas. O mesmo mecanismo que a gente usou para rosa, a gente vai usar para orquídea. Só que a argola precisa ser maior dessa. Então, o mesmo processo da montagem da primeira, corta o arame, segura na ponta, gira com o dedo, finaliza com o alicate. Prontinho, vamos eliminar essa pontinha do arame. Vamos reservar ela. Agora, gente, como o joia é maior, vamos precisar de auxílio novamente. Vamos abrir. Coloca dentro da argola, solta o nosso balão joia. Puxa. Agora a gente precisa eliminar essa parte do látex. O que nós vamos fazer? Puxa o látex todo, bem tracionado. Seguramos e vamos amarrar nossa pétala. E agora a gente vai repetir esse processo por algumas vezes. Agora a gente terminou essa primeira parte e a gente vai precisar repetir esse processo por 7 vezes. Mesmo processo da orquídea. Puxou, esticou. Vamos girar. Novamente. Puxou, esticou. Vamos girar. Puxa, estica. O mesmo mecanismo vai se repetir até o final das nossas peças, de todas as nossas flores. Como todas já foram amarradas, o que a gente vai fazer? Vamos começar a parte de modelar. Segura a nossa rosinha, pra frente, pra trás, pra frente, pra trás, pra frente. Ela ficou assim tremidinha, puxa e ergue para esticar. Mesmo movimento, pra frente, pra trás, pra frente, pra trás, pra frente, pra trás. Puxou e esticou ela, mesmo movimento. Repetir mais uma vez, pra frente, pra trás, pra frente, pra trás, pra frente. Puxamos ela. Pra frente, pra trás. Todo o mesmo processo, até o final de todas as nossas pétalas. Agora que a gente já modelou todas as nossas partes da nossa rosa, vamos pegar o que? Nosso miolinho. Primeira parte dela. Processo da orquídea, dedo no centro, empurra, faz a dobra. Pega a pétala, empurra, faz a dobra. Até o final de todas elas. Empurramos. Agora vamos começar a parte mais legal, que é uma das minhas flores preferidas. Vamos pegar nossa pétala, nosso miolinho, vamos encaixar. Nossa segunda pétala, encaixamos. E vamos pegar nossa linha mágica, segurando bem forte. Nessa parte do cabinho aqui eu coloco o meu dedo, concentro a força, para que ela fique bem presa e vamos girar bem forte. A terceira pétala. Quarta pétala. Aonde vai ficando essas dobras agora, a gente já entra com a parte da rosa. Não precisa se preocupar se ela está bem posicionada, que a gente ainda vai moldar ela ao final do nosso arranjo. Terminamos a parte da colocação das rosas. Vamos começar a moldar ela. Dedinho, dobra ela. Dedinho, dobra. Por todas as pétalas para ela começar a ter movimento. O trabalhado da pétala que a gente fez é para ela ter movimento. Olha que rosa mais linda que ela fica. Toda trabalhada com o movimento. O centro dela fechado como se fosse o miolo de uma rosa natural. Agora a gente precisa eliminar toda essa parte do látex que ficou do balão. Então a gente vai cortar o gargalinho do balão. Agora que a gente eliminou toda a parte do látex do balão, Vamos pegar a fita floral, segurar bem próximo aonde foi usada a linha branca. Ela é um problema, a linha branca, mas a gente precisa dela, porque já pensou se a noiva foi jogar em alguém o buquê e acabar batendo a parte do arame e ter mais arame e vai acabar ficando pesado, mesmo para a noiva poder usar na cerimônia de casamento. Quanto menos peso, melhor ela fica. Vamos girar bem a fita floral para que não apareça a mecânica do nosso arranjo. Puxamos e ficou uns fiozinhos que a gente corta eles. Assim nossa rosa tá bem acabada. Agora o que a gente vai precisar para montar o nosso buquê de noiva? A gente pegou pérolas, araminho, passou por dentro e só girou e foi unindo elas. Para ficar mais rápido, eu já deixei várias prontas que estão aqui. Como a gente vai precisar de um cabinho, a gente vai precisar pôr um cabinho aqui. O que a gente vai fazer? Cola quente e a palitinho de churrasco, um arame, uma pega-vareta, o que vocês tiverem. Não só para mostrar, a gente vai pegar aqui, colocar no meio, posicionou ela, tá prontinha a nossa flor. Agora a gente vai começar a fazer a montagem do nosso buquê. Para esse arranjo a gente vai usar 8 rosas dessa. Vamos pegar elas aqui. Então a gente vai segurar elas bem apertada. Nosso segundo arranjo. Nossa terceira rosa. E vamos começar a crescendo. Vamos começar a acrescentar as nossas perolazinhas. Primeiro a gente coloca elas centralizada para ver aonde elas se encaixam melhor. Agora a gente vai pegar bem forte ela, pega um balão 260, segura, gira e amarra ele. Agora a gente acrescentou o 260 em espiral, que a gente pegou um araminho, entorta a pontinha. Agora a gente vai pegar um balão 260, um araminho cortado do tamanho da sua preferência, só curvei a pontinha, coloca dentro do balão, empurra ele, puxa até o final, dá um nozinho, fez ele, vamos começar a entortar ele, para começar a entortar ele, como se fosse uma molinha. Tira do seu dedo, já tá no espiralzinho, tá pronto, bem facinho, bem simples. Agora eu vou pegar ele e vou começar a encaixar no meu buquê. Encaixei ele onde eu acho que ele fica melhor. Vou pegar a minha fita floral verde, seguro, vou passar no meu cabo para ele ficar todo coberto. Passei no meu cabo, fita de cetim, seguro ela, vou girar para ficar bem apertadinha. Vou girar elas várias vezes até terminar a minha haste, para que ela fique bem bonitinha. Corto. Vou cortar ela. Terminei de cortar ela. Aqui você pode usar uma cola quente, um adesivo instantâneo da sua preferência. Ficou fechadinho. Tá aqui o nosso buquê de noiva montado. Espero que vocês tenham gostado da nossa aula. Só queria finalizar mostrando a última possibilidade que vocês têm. Centro de mesa, a orquídea, as rosas do cenário. Vocês não acham que está faltando uma noiva? Eu acho, né? E chegou a minha parte que eu mais amo, os meus vestidos de látex. Através dos meus vestidos de látex, eu fui convidada para poder estar nessa convenção maravilhosa. É a realização de um sonho pessoal meu. Não tinha feito minha inscrição. Os meus amigos começaram a me mandar mensagem: Ana, você viu? É para fazer a inscrição. Resolvi me inscrever por brincadeira. No último dia, eu jamais havia pensado que eu poderia estar ao lado de tantos nomes famosos no mundo dos balões, tantas pessoas que eu admiro tanto. E eu fiz como uma brincadeira. E hoje estou realizando o meu sonho de estar aqui com vocês. Também agradeço a minha equipe, sem vocês eu não seria nada. Agradeço a Pioneer, a Qualatex, pela oportunidade, por ter confiado no meu trabalho, por eu poder mostrar um pouquinho da minha arte, que eu tanto amo. Agradeço a minha equipe, que sempre esteve comigo, sem eles eu não seria nada. Agora eu queria mostrar a coisa que eu mais amo, meus tão sonhados vestidos de balão que puderam me proporcionar estar com vocês. Para fazer o meu vestido, eu preciso de uma tela plástica. Já vi muitos artistas usando para fazer a montagem de estrutura do vestido com telas metálicas. Mas eu precisava que os nossos vestidos tivessem um caimento mais fácil, uma modelagem uma tela que eu pudesse moldar ela com soprador térmico, fazendo o corte das saias, fazendo tudo. Com essa tela plástica, você pode encaixar as rosas com cola spray, cola quente, adesivo instantâneo e formando a base das rosas dos nossos vestidos. Então a gente encaixa, passa a cola spray e vai montando a nossa saia. Agora eu quero mostrar para vocês o nosso vestido de noiva, como que ele ficou. Ele foi feito todo com essa técnica de colagem. A gente cortou uma saia godê com uma leve caldinha atrás, encaixando as flores e cola spray em adesivo.
Hola, bienvenidos a mi clase de vestidos. Quiero dar unas gracias muy en especial a nuestros dos amigos de Mr. Q por invitarme a esta convención. Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí con todos ustedes. Hola, hi, my name is Jacobo. I'm so excited to be here to make this class for all of you. I will try to speak English and Spanish. It's a little difficult, but I will try it for all of you. This class is for all the people love to make dresses. Esta clase está hecha para todas las personas que aman hacer vestidos. Vamos a hacer de una manera diferente lo que es un corsé. We will make different way to make a corset. We will need our inflator, the small one, the measure, and our scissors. We need to make some groups for the balloons we needed. We will need 160 Q. Vamos a necesitar nuestras tijeras, por supuesto, nuestro inflador, el pequeño, una cinta de medir y nuestros globos 160. A mí me gusta utilizar 160 porque el vestido luce más delicado. I love to use 160 balloon because our dresses look more delicate. The way I use my balloons when I make a dresses is the package. I make two different packages. The small one is around 12 fingers, no air. Yo utilizo dos paquetes de globos diferentes medidas. Los pequeños son con 12 dedos sin inflar y los grandes son con 10 dedos sin inflar. The big ones is 10 fingers without air. And then we start to make our base for our corset. Vamos a empezar a hacer nuestra base de nuestro 20 globos. Uno de los largos. First we will use one of the long ones. And then we will start our base. Our base to the vertical, this vertical, will be with one to the small ones. Okay? One long one and one small. Vamos a utilizar para nuestra base uno de los largos y uno de los cortos de forma vertical. Todos los cortos son de forma vertical. Los vamos a utilizar de forma vertical. Los largos de forma horizontal. All the long ones will be the vertical line all of them, the small ones. And the long ones, horizontal? Okay. We will start with one pinch twist. This is my pinch twist. And I will tie with the long one. Like this. This is my base. Okay? It's 2 fingers each new pinch twist. That is why I put it in package, because I don't like to confuse about the sizes. Por eso los pongo yo en diferentes paquetes, para no confundirme a la hora de estar sacando y hacerlo mucho más rápido. Hago un pinch twist de esta manera. Two fingers, pinch twist, twist 3 times, 3 or 4 times is better. I will show you in the camera. Voy a enseñarles en la cámara de forma más cerca para que ustedes puedan ver. 2 fingers. Como yo hago mi pinch twist. Hacia un lado y hacia el otro lado. Like this. Okay? I will continue and finish. I will put in here in my base 20 balloons all around. When I finish, I will here with you. Ya estoy lista. I am ready. It's the 20 lines. Okay, I will show you the correct way to put it in the back. In my last line, I will make my bubble to 2 fingers, like this. Tie it. Globos listos con mis pinch twists. Okay. Ahora, let me put it back. Pinch twist here. Put it this. Déjenme cortar este pinch twist. I am ready with my 20 lines. The last bubble is 2 fingers bubble. You tie like this, and then we will put it in my money. Like this. And I will use my bubble to tie with my pinch twist. Go around, 1, 2, 3. Estoy conectando mi burbuja con mi pinch twist, dando vueltas, siempre girando al mismo lado. Yo giro hacia el lado izquierdo. All the time you tie the same way. You like to do all the time to the left or the right. And when you take out, you know what way you need to take out. Okay, I have all my balloons. I have 20, but I need to have my center. It's 20 balloons. My center is in the 10. 10 in front, the number 10, and the number 10 in my back. That way you will have your center, and you center all the time the number 10. And in front, the number 10. How you can control that? ¿Cómo puedes controlar tus globos y que no se te muevan? I use 2 balloons. I like to use, well, I will tie my two balloons. Put it in the middle, like this. Tie it here. Se estoy amarrando de los dos lados, lo voy a poner en mi cuello, voy a contar desde mi número de amarre 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 10. Number 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the number 10 I stop and use this part. And that will be my center. And how you control it in your bag? Well, is this. Con este tú puedes saber cuál es tu parte de atrás todo el tiempo. Okay. Vamos a empezar a trabajar lo que es la forma del corsé, no el usual que es recto. We will start that way we can use like a brass, like a arch in our chest. When we use one, the long one, I have only this one now. Ahora solamente tengo los largos, es difícil de equivocarme. Vamos a empezar del centro hacia los lados. To the center for this way, we can count 1, 2, 3. We have these 3, 1, 2, 3, and we will start in the middle. This is, we will be my center now. I will put in here my new balloons without bubble. Like this. No bubble in the middle. I will make my bubble. Make a little bubble and connect it. And then coming up, no bubbles. Vamos a conectar de las 3 que tengo, 1, 2, 3, no en el centro, sin contar el centro. 1, 2, 3, empecé en el centro. Mi primero conecté la burbuja, me conecté sin babo a lo largo, me conecté directo. Hice una babo aquí y me conecté y ahorita voy a ir a la parte de arriba. Right now I will go up without bubble. Like this. Van alrededor. Okay. It's only one bubble for this process. Here. And good. Y lo vamos a cortar. The same we will do the other side. Got another balloon and we will count again. 1, 2, 3. Vamos a contar otra vez del otro lado. Vamos a hacer lo mismo. 1. Wow. 1, 2, 3. How can I fix it? It's good sometimes this happens. Sometimes, algunas veces es bueno que pasen estas cosas cuando estamos en clase para que vean ustedes cómo se repara. Estoy girando para volver a formar mis dos burbujas. Voy a colocar pinch twist, voy a girar por un lado y voy a girar por el otro lado. Like I told you before, it's good sometimes this happens and you can see how I can fix it. Right? Ahora ya lo vieron que está igualito como si no se hubiera echado una burbuja. Ahora vamos a empezar igual. Yo de aquel lado empecé aquí. Puedo empezar aquí o puedo empezar aquí. Yo quiero que ustedes vean, para que ustedes puedan ver, voy a empezar de este lado, pero es igual de este lado que de este lado, ¿ok? It's the same way if I start from the left to the right. It's the same, but I want you still continue watching what I'm doing. Tie here my new balloon. And with a bubble, make my bubble, 2 fingers, make the small bubble, connect it, twist, and then another bubble, and connect it and the top with a pinch twist. Okay? Así, fue el mismo proceso del otro lado. ¿Good? Now, I will continue. Now you can go one bubble to the left here. We start to work in this bubble. Now we connected in the next pinch twist. Direct, no bubble. And again the same process. Bubble, the small bubble, connected, and then your bubble connected with a small bubble, like this. And again, you come up with a pinch twist, and here you will make a bubble and connect it. Now we go to our center to connect it direct to the pinch twist. Like this. You see the arch? That is what we want. Have the design. We have our pinch twist here. We can hold this one because we can use it here, but I don't want you to confuse. And now we remove the air, tie, put it. And now we start again the other way, and you can see. Putting this again. This helps a lot. I love to use it because I have the control to my corset. We use another balloon. We start this way. I'm finished here. I will continue with this bubble. Make the connection. You see, I don't make a bubble. We don't have bubble. We continue here and we can make a bubble here, like the other side. Like this, you see? And we continue with our bubbles to make our arch in this side. Like this, and then I will go up to my pinch twist. Go up. Like this. And up again. Put it here. You see? It's beautiful. I will continue one more. And les digo, es hermoso. A mí me encanta tener estos arcos en esta parte de aquí y como se los mostré, es súper sencillo. Espero que todo grabado. Y siempre vamos a ir continuando en el nuevo globo, en la guía que va hacia la parte de nuestro torso. Siempre cuidando que no tengan burbuja, no coloquen burbuja, vayan directamente sobre el pinch twist. Pueden ver aquí fue donde coloqué mi globo. Ahora me voy a ir uno más atrás. Voy a colocar esto más para acá. Me voy a ir aquí y será mi última parte para formar mi corset. This will be my last one to make my bras. Mi burbuja. A little bubble, una pequeña burbuja. Mi burbuja. Todo el tiempo chequen su tamaño de burbuja para que siempre se vea parejo. Try to shake all the time your size, the bubble size, and you can have a perfect corset. Voy a continuar here. Voy a continuar aquí. And this line is my number 1, 2, 3. And the number 3, I will make a bubble, the small bubble in the middle, in my number 10. Voy a, en esta línea, la número 3, voy a hacer una burbuja en mi línea del centro de mi número 10. A la burbuja, here's my bubble, coming connected, another bubble, and this time I will use all around, not all around. It's only to the size, the same size. And start here, will be the same the other side. No voy a ir todo alrededor, es nada más en la misma línea que empecé aquí, voy a terminar del otro lado. Here, check your bubbles, push inside to make the pressure. Like this a little bit, like this. Okay. Empujen hacia adentro si ven burbujas que están salidas. Siempre estén checando eso para que su presión en los globos siempre esté continua y no se estén botando unos hacia afuera y unos hacia adentro. Así van quedando parejito y todo su tejido tiene la tensión necesaria. Okay. I will continue the number 4. Well, this is my base, 1, 2, 3. I count 1, 2, 3. But if you want, you can set 1, 2, 3, 4. To me, I know this is my base and I never count, but I don't want to confuse. And we can set 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I will go back, very back. Ahora vamos a empezar en la parte de atrás. Les decía que yo no quiero confundirlos, pero para mí yo siempre cuento 3, porque para mí esta es mi base, esta no cuenta. Pero si para ustedes cuenta, pueden poner en sus notas 4 líneas y vamos a empezar a empezar desde la parte de atrás, que es una parte muy importante para el corsé. What's the same in English? But we start the corsé in the back. Okay? This is my bubble. Don't make a small pinch twist. We need to make a pinch twist in the back, but not too small because we need to make a pressure when we finish the next line. I will make maybe 2 fingers. Make your pinch twist like this, and we come in my number 10 is here. Make my bubble. If you want more pressure with the next line, with the last line, make a small bubble. Si quieres más presión con tu línea anterior, haz tu burbuja pequeña. Yes. How many times I twist? 3 times, minimum. 1, 2, 3. Come in here. ¿Cuántas veces yo giro? Yo giro 3 a 4 veces. Let me show you something. When you see the space here, cuando tú miras un espacio entre medio y tienes la oportunidad de utilizar the nut, the balloon nuts in the top, you can. Get it? Put it around the next bubble and tie. You see? I change it. No more space in the middle. I will continue. Okay. Small bubble. It's the same size in top. 2 fingers bubble. ¿Se miraron ahí el hoyo que estaba? Cuando ustedes tienen la oportunidad, como yo, en mi pinch twist está el cuello del globo. Yo lo jalé por la parte de atrás y lo atravesé por la burbuja que está abajo para hacer la presión y jalar el globo de arriba para que se una. El cuello sirve como un nudo a la hora de que hacen eso porque lo atraviesan sobre la burbuja de la parte de abajo. Okay, vamos a continuar aquí. Me gustaría tenerlos en vivo para que me estuvieran preguntando. Pues, ahora les voy a enseñar la conexión, que es la parte importante en la parte de atrás de la última burbuja. A mí me gusta darle bastantes vueltas porque yo hago esto. Me doy vueltas sobre mis 2 dedos y doy 3 vueltas. Queda todo este espacio, paso mi globo y queda bien tensionado, bien duro como los otros. I like to do like this, to go around my 2 fingers 3 or 4 times. And then I tie and you get a good size of bubble nut. And I will do it tie around our pinch twist. 1, 2, and 3. I have my 2 lines and continue. Okay, this is here. Let me put a little more here. Set. Let me show you. I like in that area. I will open more this. Don't make too much pressure. Voy a hacer más largo para no tener mucha presión en la parte de arriba y se quede fijo en el busto. Así. Vamos a colocar así. Quiero, ¿dónde está? Ahora voy a continuar. Tenemos, si vamos a contar desde nuestra base, es 1, 2, 3, 4 y 5. Ahora en la siguiente vamos a empezar a bajar un poquito la burbuja de nuestra guía. Les voy a mostrar cómo. Hago mi pinch twist y me vengo sobre mi guía. Hago mi burbuja. Doy giros hacia los 2 lados y mi burbuja va a ser más pequeña. Así vamos a girar todo alrededor por otras 4 vueltas. Ok, aquí ya terminamos las 4 líneas de burbujas del mismo tamaño. Ahora vamos a disminuir más todavía para formar la cintura. Now I did the 4 lines with the same size. Now we continue with a small bubble to make the curve in this area for our dress. Okay. I will start again the same process. I put in some bubbles here in this area to hold in the dress because this mannequin is a small mannequin. The other two, I have something for you later. But I hold in the dress to look in the medium size I use actually. Well, we start again with pinch twist. Put in here. Puse estos globos para sostener el vestido porque mi maniquí es medida small. Tengo los otros dos listos con algo para ustedes, pero por ahora sujeté el vestido de la parte de aquí porque la medida regular de una persona es medida mediano, porque luego el globo va disminuyendo. Pero bueno, ahora vamos a hacer esta línea con la babo más pequeña, como ustedes pueden ver. Ustedes pueden apreciar cómo va disminuyendo la burbuja. Ahora vamos a hacer más pequeño para formar nuestra cadera y darle nuestra curva a nuestro vestido. Son 3 vueltas con la misma medida. We do 3 rounds the same size, the small bubble, and then we continue. Okay, we continue. I have here the 3 lines I do with the small bubble, and you can tell. Ya di mis 3 vueltas de la babo más pequeña y ustedes pueden ver cómo se formó la curva. Ahora vamos a hacer 3 más con la medida que tenemos arriba de las 3 pequeñas. Esta va a ser un poquito más grande para poder empezar a abrir nuestra cadera. Now we continue with another 3 lines with the bubble we have in the top to these 3 lines, a little bigger. And you can continue, and I will show you when I finish. Okay guys, here is complete the corset with the different size, the bubbles size. I complete my 3 row. Completé mis 3 vueltas ya con la medida más grande que la pequeña. Aquí ustedes lo pueden ver y ven cómo empieza a crecer el vestido. De aquí en adelante depende de ustedes si lo van a querer más ancho, si lo van a querer al cuerpo, pero esta de 2 dedos es la medida ideal para continuar un vestido recto. Ahora, nuestro corsé tiene que verse así en la parte de atrás. ¿Sí? Todas sus babos completas, dirigidas. Yo giro para cerrar y para abrir. Voy a dar al lado derecho para abrir mis burbujas. Así de que esto es lo que es un corsé. Ustedes lo pueden mover, sacarlo del maniquí y llevarlo. This is the corset. You can take out and remove it and take wherever you want to go. You can make the dress into pieces. The corset and the skirt. Pueden tener su vestido en 2 partes, ya sea el corset y el vestido. But if you want to do in the total dress, you can continue the pinch twist more down, and then you can put in the dress in the model. Si lo quieren para hacerlo completamente, tienen que tener sus babos más abajo para que puedan poner a la modelo en la parte de adentro sin que sean 2 partes separadas. Esto es lo que es el corsé. Yo tengo algo para ustedes porque les dije, aparte del corsé, cómo podemos causar un wow en nuestros vestidos y no nada más hacer vestidos y tejerlos y no sentirnos completamente que tengamos ese wow para nosotros, que digamos wow, tiene un impacto. Yo sé, cuando empezamos, tratamos y decimos wow, esto es lo que quería conseguir, pero ¿qué tal conseguir un poquito más? I have something else for you because I said I would show you how you need to do to make a corset, but how you can find that wow in your dresses. I know when I started too, I started with the simple dresses, and to me was my wow, like amazing. But then little by little I learned about how I can do things for my dresses. Not only about my background, about my dress and what I can do to make my dress like wow. I will show you. Well, it's here. I make the dress complete with the same technique in the top, and this is double stuffing. Yeah, that is why I wear this, because it was really difficult to do it like that. You can see to here to the bottom to make this design. Okay, double stuffing. What I did, well, I used a wire, and this is my tool. This is my tool, and this is my wire. And I use this only to get this not dangerous. I cut it with doble stuff. Es chocolate 160 con gold 260. Es double stuffing. Por eso traigo esto puesto, porque me lastimé la muñeca. Siempre trato de protegerme un poquito, y es con mi muñeca. Bueno, yo formé la curva aquí con mis pinzas para no dañar el globo. I put it inside my 160 chocolate, qualatex of course, my gold 260, and voila. Okay. I'm inflated and start to do the same process I show you. Okay, and I have something. If you think this is my wow, no, the wow is coming. What is this? Lo hice doble. This I make this pattern to put it in my dress. Okay, this is the pattern in the behind part, and I put in all the leaves in front, but this part we hold in all this part. Hice esta especie de gráfica aquí en la parte de atrás para poder colocar todas estas pequeñas hojitas que puse en la parte de enfrente. Esto es lo que vamos a colocar en el vestido. We put in all these pieces in the dress. ¿Qué piensan ahora? Se ve de diferente manera y pienso que es un wow, es algo extra, algo súper sencillo de hacer y colocar. Lo pueden colocar aquí, lo pueden colocar de este lado o lo pueden colocar atrás. What do you think about this idea? It's really simple, but make something like a wow, something different. It's really easy to do it. This twist is like a little leaf, and you can put in this side too, or you can put it like a tail, like a tail in the back. Okay, I will show you what I made this little leaf. Is something like this, 4 inches, twist, you make another, a little bigger than this one, like this, and one more bigger than the last one. And the last is a pinch twist. Pinch twist, get the first one, the small one, and make a friction. Van a ser 3 bows de este tamaño, es chica, mediana y grande. Okay, make this and the second two. The same. La friccionan para que dé esta posición. Después las van a agarrar frente y la van a colocar adentro la pequeña. Va adentro, mueven su pinch twist en frente, make the small one inside to the into the middle one. Después van a agarrar la más grande y van a pasarla, okay, por la parte, la mediana, por dentro de esta manera. Eso fue todo lo que hice. Y las coloqué ahí. That is all I did. And I put it all together in different rings. All of them is 160. Todos son 160. ¿Qué tal? ¿Les gustó? This is my other transformation about this dress. I made this fantasy flower technique to put in this part of my dress. It looks like this. And I hold it in the back with 260. Well, I have 160s, yeah. Put it in the bag, hold it here, and we tie it here, one side. We do a lot of things. Esta es mi otra parte del wow que les decía sobre el mismo vestido. Esa Fantasy Flower Technique, la técnica de Fantasy Flower. Aquí coloqué algunos detallitos para que dieran un brillo junto con lo del vestido. Y voy a colocarlo con 160, 260 en la parte de la espalda de la modelo. De esta manera. Okay. ¿Qué utilicé? Utilicé globo 160. Okay. Globo 160 clear para que dé este tono. I use 160 Q balloons clear color to make this color, because I tried with the ivory color and a pure white, but was too white. And usé el globo clear porque es el que me dio este tono. Traté de utilizar el perla, no me dio, el blanco no me dio, y este fue el que me dio un tono más, que hiciera más match, hiciera más combinación con mi color del dorado, ok, y con estos pequeños adornitos. When I finished to put in the model or in my mannequin like now, I have something else to put in here. Ahora les voy a enseñar cómo hice el Fantasy Flower en esta parte de aquí. Okay, I will show you how I used to do this part here. It's a macrame design or style to do it, but it's really easy. Okay, I will use my pliers and twist. Twist like this, and both sides like this. And I will get my balloon like this. This is to do it. Pull it one side. And tie. I make 20 of this, and then I start with one at the top, like this, like a dress. Putting all vertical here, and then do it like that to make my neck area, like this, and then every two connect, tie together, and then every two connect. It's easy for us because we know what we need to do about twist. Lo que hice, utilicé mi alambre como lo hice ahorita para el cuello, y hice 20 líneas rectas y uní 2 en 2 en 2 en 2. Y en la segunda línea uní 2, 2 en 2. Y se fueron formando este diseño, este pattern. ¿Ok? De esta manera fue como lo hice, y ustedes pueden hacerlo más ancho dependiendo de lo que necesiten, pero aquí hay pena en la parte de arriba. ¿Ok? Now I will show you something. Wow! I make this Here, this, here one. We put it here. Right here. Like that. And I can find a little space. I need to put in more. And you can connect it. And I need something else here, and now we put in more. Yo hice bastantes para estarlos agregando y estarlos metiendo en lo que son todos mis alambres. Solo conecto unos con otros de esta manera. Muy bien. And here. De esta manera ustedes cubren el alambre y la modelo tiene una vista en la parte de arriba del Fantasy Flower. Tienen toda esta área que fue muy sencilla hacerla. Déjenme mostrarles cómo lo hice. ¿Qué les parece? What do you think? Do you like? It's really easy to do it. And these bubbles, I will show you what I did with that part. I got my balloon. Okay, I have the balloon, and I only make one bubble, 2 fingers. Something happened here. Solo hice esto que es súper sencillo. Hice una bubble de 2 dedos, una pequeña bubble, otra de 2 dedos, las puse juntas, así, y solo hice un pinch twist. Una pequeña bubble, una de 2 dedos, otra pequeña bubble, otra de 2 dedos. Pinch together and I'm sorry, tie together and then make a pinch twist like this. This is the pattern. For each balloons, you can make 5, okay, and then put it together. Here is more than 100 balloons. Aquí son más de 100 globos y salen 5 de estas figuras en cada globo. Como les dije, empiezan con una bubble de 2 dedos, continúas con una bubble de 1 dedo y después otra de 2 dedos y forman su pinch twist. Y las colocan todas juntas. ¿Qué les parece? ¿Ok? Thank you for watching my video. I hope you like it. See you soon. Muchas gracias por haber visto el video. Espero les haya gustado. Gracias.
Wowza, I think I look good in that number.
Welcome back. We hope you really enjoyed part 6. I'm just working on getting the link to part 7 so we can put that in the chat. First of all, what we want to do is apologise for the loss of Matt's class.
Yes.
There was a problem there with some of the footage. It didn't really want to
We
process
tried,
through our
we
system.
tried, we reloaded.
We even loaded some other backup footage that we had, and that was doing the same thing. So as we said in the chat, do not worry. We will post it as a premiere separately, and then make sure that everybody gets links to it.
It's one of those pieces of footage that you need to watch at full speed.
Yeah,
with
it wouldn't
the
do
music.
it justice. It really wouldn't do it
it's gonna
justice.
spoil it, so
with the music and everything and the effect of a balloon drop, anybody that's experienced it, like the one in WBC 2018, when those drop, it really is magical. So we don't want to lose any of that.
You need to see it like that, otherwise it
there.
really just doesn't do it justice, as Keith said. So
Yeah.
we'll come back to that one. And Matt's very kindly said he'll come back in the chat.
Yeah.
And
we'll make sure that it's a time that he's available.
Exactly.
So that if you do have any questions, you can ask him as if it was here. So right in the chat right now, I'm dropping a link for
good.
the part 7. Can you believe we're at part 7? So what's...
My eyes are saying yes.
You know.
I can believe we're at part 7.
Yeah.
The studio lights are telling me, no, it's not daylight.
Is it, your mind's telling you no, but your eyes are telling you yes.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah.
Well, who have we got coming up in part 7?
In part 7, we have, first of all, we have the one and only Mr. Colin Stewart from Canada, who's going to be making a Christmas theme.
Putting us into that festive spirit. We know it's early,
Big
but you have to
installation.
plan these things ahead if you want to get these sales. So this is a good one. I like the build there. Anthelina, that's going to make you hungry.
It is. It is. It's the banana split. Here comes Anthony Lena's banana split.
Then we have our friends from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, we've got Mo and Ali from Saudi Arabia. Then we have Datsa Gale. You probably just haven't heard of Datsa before. She is quite new on the scene, but we've heard some amazing things about her. So we're really looking forward to that. That's it's like a sequin backdrop. Well, it's not like it. It is a sequin backdrop, and it's very
like
stunning for a deluxe photo opportunity.
It's very sparkly.
And then after that, we've got a couple of ladies. Yeah, a couple of ladies going to drag in for a happy hour, apparently. Yeah.
I think they're working away right now.
Don't know if you've ever heard of them.
Prepared.
And then after that, we have Zara, who specialise in table centres on that one. I think it'll be really beautiful.
Remember, but I can't remember.
It's the table centre.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we were just looking at it earlier. And then we got Sarah Meir. You might have seen her on the business panel last night. She has her own segment. And then it will finish off with Grelsel, who has done designs. If you were in the competition earlier, you might have heard about them. We were discussing them with some people in the chat on the column competition.
And if you've not been over onto the second stream at all, there is some good chatter going on over there. Well, we're certainly having some good chatter.
We always enjoy ourselves.
We've been testing out some of our puns.
Yeah, we've got one more.
Mixed reviews.
Very mixed reviews. We have one more competition to go, and that is the twisting competition tonight. There are still a few spaces open if you want to take part.
There are some spaces also available in chat for anyone who isn't Mexican. It's not that Mexicans aren't welcome, it's just been taken over a lot by the cheerleaders that is Mexico. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. So if you want to cheer somebody on, get
other
over there
countries
too.
are not represented here.
Absolutely. And also, I've just realised that this particular one happens right in the middle of a stream transition, in our next stream transition.
Yes.
Because it happens at 11 o'clock UK time, which we are scheduling changing over anyway. So it's a perfect opportunity to get yourself
You've got that little gap. It's a 30-minute transition break.
And it's only a 12-minute competition, so might as well get yourself in there.
You should be able to warm your eyes up, ready for part 8, by watching that competition.
If you do sign up for it at the moment, though, you want to do it as quickly as you can, because you do need to have a link sent to you to enable you to log in.
Yes, you do.
But it's a twisted figure competition at 11 o'clock.
Looking forward to that one.
I can't wait.
Yes.
I can't wait.
I'm looking forward to seeing what puns we can manage on that.
Let's talk to some people in the chat, because we haven't had much chance to talk to you guys in the chat for a little while, because we've been trying to... I mean, we've packed in so much content into this time. We've said we've got more instructors than we did last time, but less time to fit them in. So we haven't had a lot of time to talk to you guys. We've been leaving you to it. in the chat, can we just see? I'll just have to have a look as well because I just realised that I sent them over to the other one. So I'm looking there. People, we've got halfway in between. You guys are still here, really, actually.
They don't like to go until it stops.
Tree has asked, how you boys doing? We are doing awesome, actually.
All right, because I've got a fresh cup of tea.
We have got a fresh cup of tea.
This is kind of, I took the glory on this one. Keith boiled the kettle.
Yes.
And I finished it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I put the effort in. All you had to do was pour it out, right?
As per... In his mind, it's like he made it.
Yes, I did. I boiled the water.
Yes.
That's true.
He filled it as well. I'm going to give him that.
Yeah, and more importantly, how are you guys doing?
I think...
Have you been enjoying the convention?
They're doing all right. Looking by the general chatter that goes on by on all these classes.
I couldn't believe the last two classes, actually. The last two. Anna and then Paddy, the combination of the two of those classes.
Yeah, I know we said
something special.
And we'll say it again. But our guys, the moderators in the chat doing the translation... What a fantastic job you guys are doing.
The fantastic Marta and Iris, thank you very much. We shall bow down to you.
I don't know how to keep up with the speed of it all.
Yeah, Evie has disappeared off the chat for a while. We are quite sure that she is a robot, but she has disappeared off the chat, and that's because she has to get ready for Happy Hour, which is live and will be broadcast on here.
That's right.
People are asking, how come we're wearing clean clothes?
Because it smelt in the studio.
Yes, absolutely. We took advantage of the situation and popped home, had a shower, got changed, got ready. Can you believe it? We were able to do that this time.
Yes.
It was amazing.
It was a shift swap.
yeah, absolutely. What else we got? Anna's actually is... I don't understand that, unfortunately. I can't read that one.
I do. It's a comment.
Yes, it's a comment. Give the translators a raise. Yes, we shall give you 100% raise.
Yeah, double time.
And also, while we're in the process, I think we should give ourselves 100% raise too.
That's right.
There we go.
Double of nothing is...
The only way that people can get 100% raise is people in the chat, because you get all of our translators and instructors and hosts get paid in golden nuggets.
That's right, so double golden nuggets coming up.
You need to put it through. Billy Damon, good morning, guys. Good morning, Billy. We're very happy to see you.
Billy's on.
Oh,
careful, everyone.
Hashtag Billy broke the internet. Yeah,
stay away from
gotta be very careful,
cables.
Mr.
Stay away.
Hashtag Billy broke the internet.
Love you, Billy.
Ross Wilk said, "We'll do it again next year?" Question mark.
Will you? Okay.
Okay, we don't know. Will you do it again next year? We don't know. Brenda was saying Billy broke the internet.
He did.
He did break the internet last year.
You go back and watch last year's, if you haven't seen it already. Billy broke the internet.
We missed you this year, buddy.
I know. But we didn't miss the broken stream. He, bless him. He got such a hard time for that.
Yes, undeserved. Yeah. But that's fine.
He was being tagged for the next 6 months, and I don't even know if he knows why.
Jacqueline said, fantastic convention, loved how you boys have laid out the videos this year. Yes, one of the big problems of last year's was people's individual connections, various connections through 3G, 4G and general Wi-Fi.
Lots of pressure on them as well, making sure they were ready at the right time, the right place, with the right connection is a very hard task for that many people.
We felt that some people were their class unduly suffered for that, and we thought this was a better way. In fact, case in point, Avital and Nia, I know Avital's already done a post about the fact that this year it was so much better.
Yeah. The thing is as well, in all the tests that we did, for them particularly, this is how the world changes on an hour-by-hour basis. Everything we did with those guys last year was perfection.
Yes.
Not a single problem. It was going to be amazing. And then it got to the moment, and they had the worst connection issues out of everyone. It was an absolute nightmare for them, and they put all that effort in.
Somebody in the Jackie in the chat said, "So smooth, well done." Well, actually, there was somebody in the chat while Jackie's class was on, which was the very first class, if you can remember all the way back, said specifically that they loved this format because the instructors were live in the chat. So if they had a question about a technique that was used or something to do with the class, the instructor could dive straight on it and answer it. It wasn't having to come back later and remember about it or anything, or us kind of taking our own interpretation of it, or try other people try and answer in the chat. The instructor could dive straight on there and answer in the chat. So yes, we felt that worked very well too.
Not that anyone would have noticed yet, because you wouldn't have had time to watch the old ones. Yeah. Because we're still on the new ones, but all of the old ones going from part 1 up to part 5, I think we have so far.
Not last year ones, but actually this year's right as of now
have all the chapters in. So if you go back to any one of the parts, you'll be able to look at it, and there is a list there, so you can just jump to the section of choice, or if you hover over the like the timeline scrubbing bar of the YouTube video, it'll actually highlight who's on at which point. So it's really easy to find the segment you want, the instructor you want, because we understand you want to be going backwards and forwards on this footage, finding what you want when you need it. So that's been done already. So that's excellent. So that's on the fly happening as well, and that wouldn't happen on our previous format. This format's allowed us to do that. So many positives out of this one.
Absolutely. So one of the questions that we would like to put you is if anybody that's on right now watched the panels, either the design panel or the business panel, what did you think of the format regarding those panels? Did you enjoy that because obviously they were live, because we were taking your questions and passing them on to our panelists? What did you think? And
did you like the format? Did you like that?
There was two slightly different formats. Which one did you prefer? Did you prefer the first format, which was the design format, where we kind of handed over for them to answer individually, or did you prefer the business format, where it was more of a discussion?
If you can't decide, go back and watch them both, because they're really worth it.
Let us know.
Loads of good information, and we would really appreciate your comments on that. You know, good or bad, we take it all. We really
absolutely
do.
Because we're always looking. Like you should be doing in business, we're always looking to evolve. We're always looking. We're never at the destination. We're always on the journey to get there.
And if you did like the panels as well, what else would you like to see from the panels? Is it more marketing stuff? Is it more business stuff? Is it more techie stuff? Is it website stuff? It can be absolutely anything. You tell us what you want to question someone about, or even names that you think, oh, you know what, we'd love to have 45 minutes with this particular person. We'll try and make that happen.
Garlis has said there as well, good morning guys, thank you very much and love you. We love you too, and thank you very much for your class. Thank you. What else we've got as well? Sherry says, I asked the question several times, but my question wasn't answered. Well, we apologise profusely if we missed your question. We do our best to try and keep up with everything, but trying to wrangle all of those instructors and the questions, the chat and everything as well can be a bit difficult at times, so apologies if your question wasn't answered.
But it's a great comment, because it was something we talked about afterwards, because looking through the chat afterwards we can see some that were missed, so it's something that we're working on, and we really do appreciate that, because I know it can be frustrating that you've asked a question and it's been missed.
Also, as well as that, Jackie in the chat has just said, Sherry, please feel free to message her and she will help in any way she can.
And that's why we've got awesome instructors right now
come
in
on,
the chat.
Come on. What?
Pretty good. What else we got?
Okay, Uwe is asking, when is Dom going to do the balloon animal in a decor bubble? Purple you. Tree says, Q Corner is such a balloon love fest. So many people coming together and volunteering to spread joy and knowledge gives me warm fuzzies. It gives us goosebumps, literally goosebumps. It's amazing to see people coming together like that. Alex Hernandez. Hello, Alex.
Hello, sir.
This year was a really good move. The instructor on chat was a real hit. Yes, we agree.
Yeah.
We think it's definitely a move forward. It's having that mixture of still having the access to a live instructor, but also we can kind of more guarantee the quality of the
We've already had some thoughts of how we could even improve that and kind of tweak on it, but we really want to see your thoughts on that. And I think there is some talk of a questionnaire perhaps that's going to come out, at the
There
end
is.
of
During
the convention.
I think it's going to be during the closing ceremonies. We're going to be releasing a survey. So
yes,
if you want,
love you to answer it.
If you want your stamp on moving things forward in the future, that's the best way of doing it.
And comment, you know, things you love, things you hate, things you want to improve, things you thought would, you know, could be better. You know, by all means, if you loved it, say you loved it, but give a bit of constructive criticism. You know, tell us where you think that it could be better. Because it's the only way anybody ever gets better is by giving that constructive criticism. You know, we're big enough and ugly enough, we can take it.
Absolutely. We just seen that Robo Evie is back in the chat. Thank you very much, Robo Evie. I think what we're going to do is, where do we go? Ishani. Hey, you should be giving a lot of love to Ishani.
Let's see some golden nuggets.
We would actually love to see some golden nuggets for Ishani. She doesn't get enough golden nuggets, I'm afraid. No. Because she works a bit more in the background. But
right,
honestly,
well, actually, we've organised. We can just cut to Ishani live now.
Oh,
so
excellent, perfect. That's right. Okay, Ishani, look up, please.
Ready? Here we go. No, we're only joking. She'll be panicking right now.
She'll be going, what? What?
We're only joking.
She has an Essex accent. She'll be, what?
Oh no! That was an Essex accent, by the way.
That was a terrible Essex accent.
I don't know what it was, but still funny enough. Her stress levels have probably just gone from 1,000% to off the scale.
What's Colin saying there? Quite new to the world of balloons and found you two last month. Absolutely filled with ideas and information from this.
Well, you've got a lot of back catalogue to watch.
To rewatch it all on repeat when I'm working on designs. Yes, it's the best way, honestly. It's designed to be there as a reference tool because we do keep it all open there for you.
Shani,
she said, oh my God, you got me scared. Yeah.
That's what we do.
Got to keep you on your toes-ish. We'll love you to bits, but we've got to keep you on your toes.
Time for stream change.
It is. Time for stream change. You guys get yourself over. I'm going to put it into the chat again. Yes. For the link, so apologies to anybody that left early, but it is over there, and as Nicole Gregg says, it's quicker with the link, so just click on it and you can get yourself straight over.
Who said it?
Yeah, apparently so.
Who said that? She said that.
She said that, yeah. We're going to say bye-bye. We're going to have a full reset and get back to you with part 7. Can't wait.
Excellent. See you soon.